Yes.
Oh, that's why.
So, yeah.
Нам дали номер гуманитарного штаба, там, где нам могут помочь с одеждой, обувью, возможно, с какими-то гигиеническими средствами. Обувь. Нужна обувь, потому что мы в зимней обуви были. Надо что-то, то, что полегче, потому что жарко очень. Ну, нижнее белье бы хотелось, там, я не знаю, у меня нет. Посмотри, пожалуйста, ты влезешь сюда, ну, какие хорошенькие, узенькие. Мы семья из Донецка. В 2014 году мы бежали из Донецка в Мариуполь, когда там началась война. Вид на море, все прекрасно. То, что Хеллфигер только. Ну, так не получилось. Пришлось второй раз убегать от войны. Но та война, которая была в Мариуполе, это, конечно, ад. В Донецке это было так. Название только «война». 8 марта на нашу улицу первый раз прилетели снаряды. То есть было, что днем шли бои, мы, когда слышали, что где-то рядом падает, что сейчас в ответ что-то прилетит, мы прятались в подвал. Но уже в последнюю неделю мы как-то могли готовить еду на костре, как-то могли выходить во двор, разжигали, что-то готовили, что-то делали. Но потом уже мы не могли даже этого делать. Ну, там было очень страшно, очень. И уже когда нам в дом прилетело, в крышу, когда загорелся дом, крыша загорелась, он выскочил на улицу, стал сумки в машину бросать, заскочил обратно в дом, прозвучал опять взрыв, взорвалась машина. Она на газу была, она, видно, или попала осколок, или что-то, и уже от этих фосфорных бомб горел и дом, и машина, и мы уже выходили. И наверху там все горит, там бой идет. И мы приняли, ну вот во время этого всего, с криками, со слезами, в какую сторону бежать, две дорожки, ну все равно вниз к морю. Мы с ними вместе ползли по асфальту, падали, прятались от обстрелов, начали свистеть минометы или что, начали осколки падать, и мы бежали понад домами, и дома были деревянные, шлакоблочные, кирпичные, и я все время старалась быстрее перебежать от одного дома, и все время сыну кричала: «Илья, Илья, там, где кирпичи, там, где кирпичи», и они вместе с нами падали, мы падали, оно прям свистело, свистело. Это был, они стреляли прям по нам, то есть они видели передвижение, они нас видели сверху, что мы там бежим, они в нас стреляли. Какие у нас мысли? Мы каждый день смотрим видео, каждый день читаем какую-то информацию, новости. Ну що вони зробили з нашим містом? Уничтожили его, сожгли, разбили, растоптали, размазали, кровью пропитали всю землю там. Я уже не помню, где есть сахар, а один какой-то мелочь. Как жить? Ну вот как жить? Что нам делать? Ну вот как? Ну хорошо, спасибо, но это ж вечно не будет продолжаться, мы ж не... Сюда надо добавить. Я не знаю, у меня сын очень хочет уехать, он очень боится. Он все время боится, он говорит: «Мам, ты там сидела, ждала, ты тут, не дай бог, мы не хотим, чтобы тут что-то, не дай бог, происходило, но он говорит: зачем ты ждешь, если мы можем уехать?» Он очень хочет, чтобы я его куда-то вывезла. Я не могу мужа бросить.
Честно говоря, я чувствую незнание, абсолютное незнание и тоску. Но уже легче намного здесь, потому что хотя бы есть условия для жизни нормальные. Потому что то, что тогда было, это кошмар, тогда я не чувствовал вообще ничего. Просыпался и весь день в тумане, весь день вообще не понимаю, что происходит. честно.
Это?
Я не знаю, где я окажусь. Я же говорю, может, я поступлю во Львове, может, я смогу выехать куда-то, пойти в языковую школу, поступить за границей. Я не знаю. У меня много вариантов, и мое дело закончить пока что школу.
Ну да, здесь вообще пишется Куйбышевский район, да, місто Донецьк, Ілля, здесь пишется в документе Куйбышевский район.
А фактичне місце проживання це вже буде можете розглянутися.
Что тебе, паспорт твой дать, да, чтоб... Не
А що,
надо?
пам'ятаєш номер паспорта?
Це заява щодо надання інформації про документ про загальну середню освіту. Всегда думаешь, что может прилететь в любой момент. Вчера мы были в храме, помолились, очень отпустило, очень легче стало.
І благословенний плід лона Твого, бо Ти породила Христа і Спаса, і Збавителя душ наших.
Первое время было такое, казалось, что все это не с нами происходит, какая-то, как вне реальности мы были. И я психологу говорила, у меня такое чувство, что я вот болтаюсь, как шар воздушный, мне надо за веревочку поймать и опустить. И сейчас уже это ощущение ушло. Сейчас уже, конечно, уже ногами стоишь на земле, понимаешь, где ты, что ты, откуда ты выбрался. Иконы, вообще свечки поставили, помолились за здравие, за упокой, всем написали. От этого легче стало в храме побывать. Мы из Мариуполя. Потому что первые дни к нам приходили, все, ну что же вы будете делать дальше? Мы не знали, что говорить. Мы не знаем. Куда вы поедете? Мы не знаем. Где вы будете? Мы не знаем. Ну мы и сейчас, конечно, не знаем, но сейчас уже мы хоть спим. Я сделала вечером, аж часов 9, ночь уже как раз была, мы заселились. Ну, конечно, мы когда вошли, вау, после школы было вау. Кровать, постель чистая, душ, туалет свой, шкаф. Для этого время нужно. Вот я поняла, что время, вот как говорят, время лечит, пословица так, вот действительно так, время лечит. Я не знаю, легче или не легче, но, наверное, мир должен знать такие истории. Хочет опять включаться. А мне ж надо, чтобы он опять закипел.
Война началась в том возрасте, в котором я бы сейчас не сидела в подвале, а гуляла бы со своими друзьями, я бы проводила время хорошо, но мне приходится прятаться, мне приходится бояться. Неделю назад ровно мне говорили, что через неделю будет свет, но прошла неделя, и мне сегодня сказали, что через неделю будет свет. У нас в начале войны сказали, 2-3 дня и свет будет.
О, 2-3 дня.
Прошел месяц.
Прошло полгода.
Да. Как только началась война, в первый же день у нас отменили обучение. У нас хотели запустить дистанционное обучение, но не получилось. И сейчас я знаю, что в многих городах Украины дети учатся. У меня все школы разбиты, и я не знаю, когда я снова окажусь на занятиях.
Давно не стирала.
У нас подключена, стиралку. И мы теперь не стираем руками, ты вообще представляешь?
Вау!
Да. Но там такая стиралка. До начала войны мы жили в центре города. 4 марта нам пришлось переехать на самую окраину города из-за постоянных обстрелов. И это было очень непривычно, потому что мы все привыкли к шумной жизни в центре, а там мы никого и не знали, нас никто не знал. Мы поселились на работе у моего крестного, и это техническое помещение, оно не предназначено для того, чтобы там жили люди. Нам приходилось спать на полу, нам приходилось из-за отсутствия воды, света, газа готовить на костре. Мы научились отличать, когда надо бояться и надо прятаться. Мы понимаем, что вот сейчас это выстрелы, и нам не надо бояться, что это прилетит к нам в дом. Но ты понимаешь, что снаряд, который выпустили рядом, он может прилететь в чей-то дом. Мы постоянно слышали выстрелы, у нас часто летали пули над головой во дворе, потому что мы живем в лесу, и вокруг жили военные. И у меня 2 младших брата, ему 3-4 года. И чем они это заслужили? Почему им приходится терпеть, когда мы сидим и слышим, как все вокруг взрывается? Они боятся, и все мы боимся. В последние дни стало тише, и это правда очень непривычно, потому что ты привык к постоянному шуму, постоянному страху. И в последние дни я начала спать спокойно, но иногда, когда бывают дальние выстрелы, я просыпаюсь, и у меня начинают дрожать руки, потому что это страшно, и страшно пережить все это снова.
Добрый день. Это программа «Кто против» на канале «Россия-1», в студии Дмитрий Куликов. Киевский режим еще раз подтвердил, Россия была абсолютно права, когда поставила цель денацифицировать нынешнюю Украину.
Since the start of the war, Russia has ramped up its use of propaganda and disinformation to justify its invasion of Ukraine. The false claim about denazifying the country is frequently cited in Russian news media. And inside Russia, even calling what's happening in Ukraine a war could land you in prison. But how powerful is Russia's disinformation campaign? And how does it spread beyond its borders? To find out, we traveled to Transnistria, a Russia-backed breakaway state inside Moldova that borders Ukraine.
We're just leaving Chisinau, the Moldovan capital, and we're heading into Transnistria. We've booked a tour to get into this region because it's not very friendly to Western journalists.
Now you're in the DMZ, and the next checkpoint is the Russian peacekeepers.
Got it.
In 1992, Russia-backed separatists waged a violent battle against Moldova for control of this small but strategic strip of land. Today, Transnistria is still technically part of Moldova, but it gets political and economic support from the Kremlin. Around 1,500 Russian troops are stationed here, They have their own flag, border control, and we have to show our passports to get through. When we arrive in Transnistria's capital, we meet Alexander Senica, a collector of military paraphernalia and a veteran of the civil war in which Transnistria broke away from Moldova.
Soviet Union. Это вот 92-го года остались. Здесь гранаты. Базука, Приднестровье. Моя шинель. Я в ней пришел с армии. Вот советская армия. Я же служил в советской армии. 84-86 год.
We asked him what he thought about the conflict in neighboring Ukraine, which Russian media call a special military operation.
Я против войны, я говорю сразу. Я против войны, да, потому что я сам участник боевых действий. В первую очередь погибают женщины, дети, старики. Тут много, у меня родственников в Одессе много. Тут у людей родни много. Вот же 30 километров.
Из-за того, что Россия начала войну в Украине, возможно ли изменение отношения приднестровских людей к самой России? Как вы считаете?
Я вам еще раз говорю, я против войны. И вы как-то задали вопрос, Россия начала войну. А может глубже мы копнем? А из-за чего все это вот началось? Из-за чего? Из-за того, что войска НАТО стояли уже в Харькове, из-за того, что там биологическое оружие, из-за того, что создали ядерную грязную бомбу, а Россия виновата.
Так а почему они не заявили о том, что до войны, что у них цель избавиться от этого оружия? Они сказали об этом после того, как они уже начали воевать.
А где вы видели, чтобы политик говорил правду всему народу, скажите? Есть такое, что в Америке Байден все рассказывает, как оно все есть.
Senica is repeating false claims about biological weapons and dirty bombs that have been made over and over on Russian state-owned news broadcasts.
Анализ документов, попавших в руки наших военных, показал, что Пентагон напрямую причастен к разработке компонентов биологического оружия на Украине.
False reports like this one are readily accepted here. Another false claim spread by Russia is that Ukraine is now run by ultra-nationalists who want to eradicate Russian speakers.
Что несут украинцы, я имею в виду украинские власти, сейчас по поводу русских? Русские – это тараканы. Кастрировать, убивать, искать где? Кто говорит по-русски? По голове.
In reality, it ignores the fact that Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is himself a Russian speaker, whose ancestry is Jewish. Just a few doors down from Senica, we see a group of 3 older men.
Ну, я вот немножко краем уха услышал вот разговор, который вы сейчас разговаривали. Как вы думаете, что случится в Украине?
Так предполагаем, что уже Россия будет идти до конца, потому что там национализм, и это как бы неприемлемо.
Зеленский, он националист?
Очевидно, да. А иначе кто так поступит?
Можно я скажу? Откуда у еврея может быть национальность? Он же еврей. У него же родина есть.
Если с ним заканчивать, то надо полностью Украину.
Тут много российского телевидения смотрят?
Да, мы постоянно смотрим.
А когда про политику, то какие каналы выбираете?
Я смотрю «Россия-24», Первый канал.
А украинские каналы, они говорят, что вот кассетные бомбы и больницы в Мариуполе в них попадают. Тут такого не передают?
Передают. Дело в том, что такие ракеты У-1, они на вооружении в России уже давным-давно не стоят. Это еще СССРовские запасы остались на Украине.
То есть Россия не стреляет по больницам, там, по жилым кварталам?
Я служил. У меня бы рука не поднялась.
Sergei seems to be suggesting Russia doesn't use Soviet-era armaments. But that's not true. On the rare occasion when footage of Russian attacks against civilians are broadcast on state TV, they're called false flag attacks and blamed on Ukraine. And for those constantly told to be suspicious of Ukraine, these false claims feel believable.
I would not trust news that they show on Ukraine TV.
Yulia Baltag is a business assistant who was born and raised in Transnistria. She's open about her desire for Transnistria to become a formal part of Russia.
I was born in this country, and always Russia supports us. And always we have some problems because of Moldova or Ukraine.
There are a lot of reports from Western media, from Ukrainian media, about Russian troops attacking residential areas, civilian targets, hospitals. Do you believe that that's happening?
No, never.
Why not?
Never believe that. Because I watch TV, news. There is no even sense for them. Russia don't really need the new land. It's a very big land.
As the war in Ukraine continues, Baltag told us she's more concerned about the Ukrainian military's actions, not Russia's.
I don't know what to expect from Ukraine. Not from Russia, from Ukraine.
What are you talking about specifically? Because the perspective in America is that Russia attacked Ukraine and Ukraine is defending itself.
That's true, but the way Ukraine defends themselves is very, in a bad way, I would say. There is also rumors that they use some biological weapon.
So you've seen that Ukraine is using biological weapons?
I just heard that. I don't really know.
Russia's disinformation may not be 100% convincing. Transnistrians know the conflict in Ukraine is a full-fledged war and not just a special operation as Russia claims. But it is so overwhelming that people here find it difficult to believe that Russia would have started it without having a very good reason.
Russia didn't do anything aggressive, and right now I think they just need to protect their land.
Российский, украинский. Да какая разница, а Украина что, не просится в НАТО?
Надо было свергнуть одну власть, привлекли этих националистов. И вот с этого и пошло все.
I like sports. I am a big fan of Marvel. I really like school.
I like art. I really like Harry Potter.
Yeah. Most of the memory I've had is my dad has ALS. I don't think I've had any, I only have memories of him not having ALS from just looking at pictures we have.
As he got worse, they would take on, they would fill in some of the gaps so he could still do the things that he enjoyed.
Thanks, buddy. Good job.
Ronan? Keaton? Can one of you bring the suction machine, please?
We just had to get them to help because, there's days of the week where there's no help, and I'm physically as strong as I am. Some of those things you just need two people for, and so, the boys really just stepped up.
I can suction his mouth. I do help put him in bed, get him out of bed, put him in the bathroom.
Some of it was self-taught because I saw Ronan and our mom doing it. But some of the stuff I really don't remember where and when I learned it.
Who came to the Y Care program. We are so excited and we're so ready to have you be a part of the full day.
And then you can,
There's no way there's less than 10 million children in this country providing care, if not more. And they exist in the shadows because we don't look at a child and say, oh, maybe they're providing care.
You can let the alarms pop up, and then so you don't actually have to hit them.
So what we do today is we bring kids together and we give them the opportunity to learn hands-on from a multidisciplinary group of professionals.
I only thought one person we knew had a parent with ALS, and then I met all these other kids.
And so I don't know many kids that have the time to prepare, because you obviously, when somebody passes away suddenly, you don't have that preparation time, and sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes it's bad. So with the boys having that preparation time, it's good, because they get the help through the counselor and they start to understand what grief will look like. But then it's really hard because you're constantly thinking about what's coming.
Okay, so each one of these colors is going to be something that you felt this week. What do you think red should represent?
Anger.
I don't want them to be under the impression that it's all going to be okay. I'd rather have them start to slowly mentally prepare that life is going to look different.
It's not easy, but it's not the best thing. If there's one wish, it would be that a dad didn't have ALS, so we could do a lot more fun things with him.
You forget that, hey, they've been at school all day, they've had activities all day, and they just want to chill like little kids too. So it's definitely a fine line, and I think the boys do a good job of keeping me honest, where they're like, please, Mommy, can we just do this? Or please, Mommy, can we just do that? And I have to remind myself, yeah, they're kids, and they can do that. They're allowed to do that.
Not speed.
It's hard to go through, it's scary, it's not the best experience, but you can do it, you can fight through it.
If you're caring for somebody that is has a clock ticking, then you don't want to take that time away, because that time of being able to wipe their tears or wipe their mouth or hold their hand, those are some of the memories that they're going to cherish, right? So I would say that, you know, when you talk about youth caregiving, it shouldn't be in a negative light or it's work, right? It should actually be the creation of special memories.
Now say hi, Daddy.
Hi, Daddy.
Say, I'm gonna sing you a song.
Daddy. Daddy down.
At one point, she started calling hospital home. And I had to correct her. That wasn't home. Truca went through a couple of miscarriages. I didn't want her to go through that anymore. So we had just kind of stopped and given up. And then ID happened.
Good job, ID.
She was the best baby. She was always happy.
Yeah.
Are we gonna say something to Daddy? What do you want to say? You have to say something. You want to say hi, Daddy? Well, then say hi, Daddy.
When they did the scan, they found a large mass where her liver was. When you hear the word cancer and stage 4, it just seems like that's it. We started searching children's hospitals in the Bay Area. That's actually how I found Stanford at John Muir. The treatment included a very aggressive chemotherapy and surgery. My assumption was that I'm getting top-notch care. If not best in the country, one of the best in the world. We felt fortunate. But I didn't know what I didn't know.
Eiley, do you like the sticky rice? You say, good. Good.
Eiley's parents really believed that they were doing the absolute best they could to find the best care for their daughter, and they were lied to.
Because you're in the water swimming like a fish?
The team that was supporting Dr. Huey was not Stanford trained, and I was aware of that. But I was concerned because Eiley's parents were not aware of that. I knew that we were not prepared as an organization to undertake such a large surgery. When I spoke to senior leaders within John Muir Health, I had warned them that death was a likely outcome with Eiley's case.
It never crossed my mind that that would be the last time I would say bye to her. There was just so much blood. She was still open. They didn't finish the surgery. And I lost my temper for a moment. I shouted at the room. I said, "What are you guys doing in here? I don't need to be a doctor to know that this isn't right."
I miss you, Daddy.
Oh, Daddy.
I love you, Daddy.
Oh, Daddy.
Eileen was unrecognizable even by her own parents. I could only tell that it was her because of the thinning hair, and her hands were still hers.
Maybe I shouldn't have put ice cubes in there. Drink your water, Eileen.
Even though it's been a little over 2 years, we include her in every meal.
That's just a way we keep her alive within us.
Sometimes it can be difficult, and her presence just filled the house. There was so much laughter and joy. It was a complete family. I think about how it is that she's not here. The house is quiet. And I try to remember the good times and not necessarily the last 3 months of her treatment.
Had I known that anyone at the hospital had concerns about their ability to do that surgery, there is no chance I would have done it there. It never occurred to us that we had to consider if the hospital had any other motivations besides Eileen's well-being.
John Muir Health is moving forward with impunity. There's been no acknowledgement on the part of anyone in senior leadership that they've done anything wrong. And I feel like unless I speak up or others speak out, that this could happen again, and that's unacceptable.
Losing a child is not something that you recover from. I often think about her being with us here physically and what might have been. This is what we do as parents. You know, you provide for your kids and you try to protect them. And if any harm comes to them, you do what you can to help them get justice, to find out the truth.
This is toxicology results I just got back while we were downstairs. So the amphetamine, since they have methamphetamine in their system, it is a metabolite of the methamphetamine. Then the THC is all marijuana. And then you have fentanyl, and I'll bet you that his cause of death is mixed drug, fentanyl, and methamphetamine intoxication. It's about 2:50 when the toxicology notification came in, and then the pathologist just sent me the report at 3:47. So, yeah.
Colorado State Patrol says more and more illegal fentanyl is coming into the state.
Fatal overdoses involving fentanyl have skyrocketed in Colorado.
A great deal of this fentanyl is coming in from Mexico. And in Colorado, it's coming along the I-70 corridor.
To 2018, Bruce Holder was importing pills from Mexico that were laced with fentanyl.
Bruce Holder's not a drug dealer, he's a poison dealer.
He knew people were dying, he kept going.
Starting in late 2016, Bruce Holder and his wife, Marie Matos, began smuggling thousands of pills over the border through a small crossing in southern Arizona called Lukeville. With the drugs stashed behind the glove box of a white Honda Accord, Matos would often make the trip alone, driving from a Mexican resort town back to the couple's home in Grand Junction, Colorado. With these fentanyl-laced pills, Bruce Holder was at the forefront of a seismic shift in the drug market, one that marked the beginning of the deadliest phase of the opioid epidemic.
Last year, we took 30,000 pills off our streets. This year, we're on a pace to far exceed that. It is coming here in bulk, and it's not just Mesa County. It's statewide and nationwide. There is a large volume of fentanyl being brought into this country. This is overtaking the drugs in all of our communities.
The little pills was something that we started to see creep into our neighborhood about 4 or 5 years ago, and then it's just been an increasing problem.
2018, Bruce Holder was taken down. That was apparent that was the main supplier for this community, and that was really when fentanyl started kicking up in Colorado.
THC, the ETG, that is a metabolite for alcohol. So we can see if there's alcohol in their system. The FTY is for fentanyl. The TRA is trazodone, and then K2. I'm the guy that sees the aftermath of what fentanyl does to the body, and then that chain reaction of how it destroys the family as well. We're the ones that are putting together those pieces on how and why they died, and trying to help answer that for law enforcement.
That's when she was a little baby. That was her passport picture.
I have 4 children. Ashley was the oldest. She was a dark-haired little baby with really big eyes. And she had a very outgoing personality, so she could get along with anybody. She was a very loyal girl, very loyal to her family. My dad and Ashley.
Very adventurous, very open, almost no fear. He had a good heart. He would take care of his friends, and a lot of his friends always remember that about him.
The night before Ashley died, I'd gone to sleep and had a horrific dream, a very, very unsettling dream. And when I woke up in the morning to go to work, the phone rang at 7:21. And Ashley's father was on the other line. And he said Ashley and her boyfriend took something and they died.
At
2 o'clock in the morning, you know, Central Standard Time, I get a call. It said, and it's from my brother-in-law. It said, Daniel is dead. And all I could think about was, what caused this? Why? I'm always at the root cause of something.
And that day we were told about fentanyl. It wasn't until January of the following year that Holder was served that second indictment for Ashley's death.
He's, you know, he's made that bed for that family. And unfortunately, he doesn't realize, or he doesn't want to realize, the hell, the absolute hell he's inflicted on the many families in the Grand Valley, in the Front Range.
And it's the little things that people don't realize. You know, it's like, oh, I feel sorry for them, they lost their son. I didn't lose my son, I lost my life. I mean, you live for your kids.
Nothing will bring my daughter back. Definitely people are safer because he's behind bars, but nothing will ever be just here. There is no justice.
When I moved here, I went out there and just cried. I told Mother Earth and Father Sky to protect us from the Iranian. Don't do us harm. Forgive us for living here next to this poison. It means a lot to me to bless yourself and forgive yourself. Well,
is there enough light, you think?
yeah, it's getting there. People living around it and they'll get sick later. It's bad for everyone. When the sun comes up, when it shines on you, sort of like your rebirth. Here.
Well.
Here, John. Hayol kal. Shada'a. Nahokus. Nahokus. Shamanohosan Hehe. Yadil Nohosan Shamanino. Shandan Ah means forgive me or forgive people. Like Nahandan Ah for what they have done to you.
Wow. That's the best one ever. It's behind that first mound. I try to look beyond to the beautiful mesas out that way. It's part of my therapy. This is all contaminated due to wind and water movement of the topsoils. When I bought the property, I made an offer on, and then somebody told me in Gallup, they said, oh, that's by the uranium mill. And he said, you ought to be careful. I went online and looked up the EPA website for Homestake, and they said it was going to be cleaned up by 2003, and this was 01. So the more I found out, the more horrified I got, because it didn't make sense to me. The first 10 years after they discovered the wells were contaminated, they didn't do anything. The source of the contamination is the pile. They didn't put it on lining or anything to protect the groundwater, and that's where the problems are. When I asked them, what are you going to do with that? They said, well, eventually we'll let the ponds dry, and then we'll sweep up the contamination and put it back on top of the pile.
I was worried, living here. I grew up in a remote area where no one's around. We used to plant squash and corn and stuff. They don't grow anymore. There's a health risk, so I left right out of high school. Got it. Yay. Got it. This is my daughter. My dad had died of stomach cancer from the downwinder. I got tested recently for radiation. It's just a piece of paper that I can't understand. I had to take it to my doctor. I still had to do cancer screen every year. I've been having issues, but it's not up to the surface yet. I wanted to live here, be closer to the sacred mountain. We may have to relocate because of the poison, but this is where John wanted to be.
I love this place, I really do. As an artist, you find something that calms the soul. This was a life-changing event for me to move here. The view of the mountain was important to me. They don't take any of that into consideration, or the disruption to your life. I've been waiting for months and months. I finally got an offer in writing. Most things are out of my price range. And I've let the Homestake people know that unless you're going to give me more money, you're not giving me a choice to move. That tears me up probably more than anything. For years, all the radioactive dust from the mill blew all over the place. They bought up most of the land downwind from the mill site because of that.
I think they want everyone out, so I feel sad that everybody's leaving this area. It's probably going to be nothing here if everybody moves out of here. Like a ghost town.
No one grew up saying, I want to be a drug addict and a transient. If you can tap into people's authentic selves and help them remember that they matter and that they have gifts to give the community, maybe they can see the change and have some hope. It's pretty hard to have hope out there. I'm a licensed clinical social worker embedded in the Mount Vernon Police Department. This position was created to work with people without homes and help them access services and find housing. I make appointments for all kinds of things, doctor's appointments, mental health assessments, substance use assessments, attorneys, trying to figure out where the barriers are for them to have a better life. That's a huge part of the whole thing, is having a relationship with somebody. I mean, that's how people trust you to try these new scary steps. Hi, you're here! Yay! In this county, there wasn't any other embedded mental health professional in a law enforcement agency. And then law enforcement officers, their jobs aren't to help someone access substance use disorder services or mental health services.
They wouldn't give me my meds and I ended up back out here, so I didn't.
Many times people will talk to me. It's best if I have the opportunity to sit down with somebody for coffee or something like that and they can relax and tell some of their story. But it's just about trying to figure out how I'm valuable to them. If you had the opportunity to stay in a motel, how do you think your life would be different?
I would be able to get involved with services and volunteering and stuff then. So I would be stable. Right now, I'm not.
We have an opportunity to offer very few people a motel room for up to a year. You have to be a good neighbor, and We'd like to help you work on all those things that you listed. Would you be interested in that?
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of people have had huge traumas in their lives, and that has made them more fragile and vulnerable. And then they have addiction problems, or their mental health problems flare up, or they haven't had the support that they wanted, and they end up without homes. And there's so much healing that has to happen for them. And they would like to talk about their trauma and their issues, and work on their emotional healing, and find a place to belong. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay. Throughout my career, I've known that I'm important and not important all at the same time.
So it's a great birthday present for
I'm a placeholder for people. I can be a person that matters in their life. And then eventually, I'm a person who doesn't matter in their life. And that's like the best success, really.
I can say I told you.
You did. Good job. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Erin, thank you so much.
I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
Okay.
Cuando uno camina por la terapia intensiva, uno pasa al lado de la lista de pacientes que está escrita en una pizarra. Y de repente, un día estoy caminando por la terapia, veo la lista y son todos apellidos en español. Todos trabajan en las plantas de procesamiento de carne o son trabajadores agrícolas.
En nuestro equipo aquí en la división de pulmonar tenemos 6 médicos latinos, que fuimos los que ayudamos a ser de traductores para nuestros pacientes y familiares en la unidad de cuidados intensivos. Nunca me voy a olvidar ver a mis pacientes, la tranquilidad de ellos cuando yo entraba al cuarto y decía buenos días, soy el doctor Villacreces, yo soy el médico tratante del servicio. Es como para ellos un alivio de que alguien pueda hablar el mismo idioma. Hubo pacientes que llegaron ya en ventilación mecánica que no podían comunicarse.
Obteníamos la lista de todos los pacientes, llamábamos a su familia todos los días. Ok. Puedes respirar con la boca abierta. Inhale, exhale. Luego lo que pasó es que nos dimos cuenta de que muchos de nuestros pacientes seguían con síntomas, a pesar de que la infección inicial había mejorado o había pasado. Estos pacientes ya no tienen virus activo, pero seguían teniendo manifestaciones que no se esperaban. Problemas para respirar, depresión, ansiedad, confusión. Y así fue como nosotros 4 comenzamos la consulta, que poco a poco fue creciendo.
El síndrome post-COVID es un síndrome multisistémico. Puede afectar desde la cabeza hasta los pies. Uno de los síntomas más prominentes son los síntomas respiratorios. Tienen problemas de memoria, tienen problemas para encontrar lo que tienen que decir, o sea, no encuentran la palabra adecuada.
La teoría de que el sistema inmune continúe descontrolado por meses luego de la infección inicial es algo que probablemente esté contribuyendo al síndrome post-COVID también. Una de las hipótesis que se está considerando actualmente es que tal vez luego que una persona se infecta, persisten ciertos remanentes del virus en las células de la persona y esto resulta en que el sistema inmune siga atacando o inflamando el área alrededor de donde están esos remanentes.
Les explico a mis pacientes, imaginarse como que hay células soldados que van hacia la guerra, ganan la batalla, pero se quedan ahí. Y falta ese general o ese capitán que les diga, hey, es tiempo de regresar a casa.
Entender una enfermedad nueva es un poquito como descubrir un continente nuevo, o una isla nueva, o una selva nueva. Lo primero que tratas de hacer es explorar. ¿Qué tipo de árboles hay en esta selva? ¿Qué colores tienen? ¿De qué tamaño son? Vamos a ver si se puede parar. La forma en la que estamos tratando de hacer este paso es usando nuestro registro de 400 pacientes en los que recolectamos diferentes tipos de información en la consulta y tratamos de entender cuáles son los patrones que tal vez identifican grupos de pacientes. Cuando tomamos muestras de cada uno de estos grupos, las podemos llevar de regreso al laboratorio para estudiar esas células y entender cuál es el mecanismo que está generando la enfermedad dentro de cada grupo. Todo este material que se ve como claro, como blanco acá, sí. Esto era lo que llamamos fibrosis, inflamación. Okay. Es como una cicatriz, en cierta forma. Pero, como puede ver aquí, se ve muchísimo mejor comparado con diciembre. Así es.
De cierta manera, nuestra meta final.
¿Qué tratamientos son los más eficaces para nuestros pacientes?
No matter what someone may think of me because I'm gay, I still love my church family.
We're squabbling, fighting. Sexuality has become the flashpoint.
When I hear that there's part of the church that just wants to leave because we can't come to some compromise over who we are at our core, it breaks my heart.
I would never tell somebody God doesn't love you, but I can honestly say God doesn't love what you're doing.
I didn't choose to be suicidal. I believed what people told me. I'm going to hell. Guess what? I've already been, and I've walked right through it.
If a church has objections of conscience related to legislation adopted by the 2019 General Conference in regards to human sexuality, or has objections to the actions or inactions of its annual conference in regards to that same legislation, it may be able to take advantage of the disaffiliation process. Today, you as conference delegates will vote to affirm the disaffiliation petitions of 18 churches.
I thought COVID was the hardest part. The conflict within the church is even harder. I see friendships, relationships strained, if not broken. It's painful to watch.
There's been several people that walked out of our church. I wish they would have come to me. Not that I would have changed their minds, to show my humanity. My family was a part of building this church. When I walked into this church, it's either 2011, 2012, I had the sense of I'm home. You know, I'm home. They immediately welcomed us. As a child, I was dunked as a Baptist. I was taught that everything you did in life, God was writing down. I remember this fear, gay or homosexual or any of that, was talked about at home and how horrible it was. As I got older, drugs and alcohol became a part of my life. It was for fun. Everybody else was doing it. But I have those addictive tendencies. And so when I picked up drugs and alcohol, I picked up drugs and alcohol. I was raped twice in the military. Reported it, nothing happened. I was so homesick. I hated being there. My drinking really picked up. Through a lot of therapy, I know that it's not my fault today. But again, I'm thinking God's up here writing all this stuff down. I just gave up hope for anything. I stayed away from the church for a long, long time. I was fortunate that I was able to find gay and lesbians within the recovery program that I was in. So I got to see, yeah, you can have a career. Yeah, you can have a loving partner. Finally, I just cried out to God and I said, listen, either make me who you want me to be or provide me the grace to accept who I am, who you made me. This peace washed over me. And I was able to provide myself that grace that I could be who God made me to be. That started me back on that walk of faith. I didn't realize how tall that was. I have a partner. We've been together for almost 23 years. We had our holy union and we asked our family and friends to make a commitment with us. They would make sure that we held our commitment to one another.
Oh, mercy. Okay. I was born into an ecclesiastical family. Actually, I'm the 15th Methodist preacher in the family. I'm now in my 43rd year of ministry. I knew what the church subscribed to and upheld, and I said yes. One of the vows was, will you uphold the discipline of the United Methodist Church? Yes, I will. And now there is such a push to change all of that. I don't believe that the essence of the issue is about sexuality. I think it's about scriptural authority. Literally, does the Bible have the authority to tell me what's right and what's not? This congregation had everything from very progressive to almost fundamentalist. We give the preacher a workout on Sundays.
If you happen to walk into an office where there is intimidation of your faith, then you need not cower in fear. You too can stand tall and tough and true.
I do not know which way this congregation will go. I've told them which way I will go. They knew I was a traditionalist. I make no apology for that. I've heard people say it won't be a splitting, it'll be a fracturing, a shattering. When Christians don't want to be together, to me that points to a sickness of the soul.
When you face opposition, don't look for a place to run. Find a place to stand. Yep, thank you. Bye, Sylvia.
If our church ever decided, I mean, it's a possibility, they could one day look at me and Sherry and say, there's the door, don't come back. That would kill me. If you're excluding people and telling people they can't have faith, that's not what Jesus said. We're in it all together, no matter how much some people don't like that.
Everybody, welcome to Monica's graduation from the Morris Home!
Since I've been here, I never hear, oh, you see what so-and-so doing so good since they left it. It's always, they're using again, or they dying. I don't want that to be my story. I don't. I refuse for that to be my story.
I've been here at Morris Home going on almost a year. When I was out there ripping and running, I really didn't care, as long as I got the next fix or whatever.
You know what's going to be my story? My old Monica about to work in the new building. Old Monica went back to school. Old Monica doing some bigger things, because I only get this opportunity once in a lifetime.
Something that is like a common theme of what people share, that when they come into Morris Home, you make them feel welcome, you make them feel like at home.
I'm just glad that I'm here during this time because, you know, I would think if I was in my addiction, I think I'll be one of the people that either wind up sick or dying, you know.
And you like waited, you put in the time, you really practiced some serious patience.
Also trying not to cry, and that's really hard to do at the same time.
Everybody here is free to whoever they want to be, you know. They're not worrying about who you are, or who your preference, or who you sleep with. They're worrying about your recovery.
We're a family here, and it's like really, really comforting to see other trans people like you around you.
We are a long-term treatment program with folks usually being here between 6 months and up to a year. So many of our members have experienced family rejection, have experienced decades of homelessness, or have unfortunately experienced incarceration by being over-policed.
When I realized my addiction got at its worst, I decided to get help. My family was really the main reason. I didn't want to let them down anymore. I didn't want to hurt them anymore. I didn't want to rob them of their sleep anymore. Basically, I have to surrender or expect everything must go. If I do not surrender, everything must go. I'm lucky if I keep my cell phone. I'm lucky if I keep my hair.
The disease of addiction brought me to my knees. It's gotten to that point in my life where I had hit rock bottom, where no one else wanted to be bothered with me but the Lord.
What's too big?
Morris Home has taught me how to love myself again. See, one thing about recovery is you're not in this alone. You're really not in this alone at all.
When the pandemic came, it was just like, okay, what can I do for us to like enjoy each other's time in here? So I just came up with the idea, you know, every Tuesday we would have the drag show.
Look in the mirror. They can announce you now?
Yeah, they can.
Yeah, you can announce it.
Tonight, coming to the stage, the lovely Monica performing No More Drama by Mary J. Blige.
They call me the mother of the house. I just like keep it like the house tidy up and do a lot of cooking.
Now, everyone, you want to say grace for us? Everybody bow your heads, please.
Can you be a little louder, please? When I see a person down or whatever, I would try to come to the person and have a like one-on-one talk to them.
Addiction is about isolation. Addiction thrives when you're by yourself. And the answer to that, recovery, is actually about community. It's about what you bring in. It's about building your safety net so that if you're having a hard moment, someone is there to catch you. We really recognize that for the folks who come through this program, who are predominantly trans folks of color, predominantly trans women of color and black trans women, right? That the experience of moving through this world and of moving through Philadelphia can cause a great deal of harm and a great deal of trauma that folks have survived. And it makes sense that folks would turn to substances, right, to kind of reduce some of that hurt and reduce some of that pain. And so the substance use is really secondary to what's happened, which is people have experienced trauma and people have experienced harm. I just want to say, let's be reminded that Remy's birthday was yesterday. Remy would have been 28 years old.
Remy is a very, very special person to Morris Home.
This song for Remy on behalf of Morris Home.
Remy was a member here at Morris Home, and she was recently murdered by some guy.
Like I said, I'm a trans woman myself, and when one hurt, we all hurt. So I'm just grateful to be here today, and I'm gonna sing a little song. Why should my heart feel lonely?
First of all, us getting killed back and forth, back to back, back to back, back to back, it makes me feel unsafe. It makes me feel that I have to have my antennas up at all times. I can't trust nobody. It just makes me more aware that it's real out here. We should be equal to like everybody else. I think what we do, it shouldn't matter to nobody else. This is our life. This is how we feel. This is who we are.
Morris Home! We do recover!
Come on, Monica. Come on, Monica. Yes, Monica.
I ask God to show me a sign or something, or remove things out of my life if it's not for me. I just want the world to know that I'm making changes in my life.
I feel that I got the victory instead of being 6 feet under.
Happy, happy, happy tears. Don't mind me if I tear up. Like, just leaving here, period. Like, I've been here over a year. So, it's not easy to say goodbye. It's kind of hard, but life goes on.
When I think about what I love about Morris Home, it's kind of the little thing you can't describe, right? It's like the culture and the community we create here together, the family we build. And you are such a big part of that. From the way you loved and welcomed new people into the program, to the way you made all holidays special, to the way you made us come together for family dinners, for weekly shows, and to the way that you shared your beautiful gifts this year at times when we were grieving, and you shared your prayers and your songs. Like, Monica, you created a culture of love and family at Morris Home. You brought that here.
Yes.
But what I'm most grateful is I saw you give that same love to yourself this year. Monica, we would like to congratulate you on officially graduating from Morris Home!
I'm just happy. Sometimes I gotta pinch myself and see if it's real. I got my dignity back, I got my pride back, I got my look back. So it's just like, that's the most important part.
My dad was a poet, and he had this wonderful habit of organizing poetry groups in Seattle. He had a group of poets who used to meet every first Sunday of the month at our house. And December 7th was the first Sunday of the month, and he was arrested while he was having his little Senyu-kai group because of Pearl Harbor. When the war broke out and we were going to be evacuated, I just remember this overwhelming sadness of not having my dad. And my mother was just inconsolable. So that was the most devastating experience, I think, of my life. The general public at that time probably felt it was quite logical for the Japanese to be taken away, that we were being put into camp for our own protection, which of course was a big lie. I think we were on our way to the train station when that picture was taken. Getting off the bus to get on the train to Idaho, to Minidoka, the photographers were waiting there to take pictures of us leaving. Evacuation. As we boarded the bus, bags on both sides, I had never packed 2 bags before on a vacation lasting forever. The Seattle Times photographer said, "Smile." So, obediently, I smiled. And the caption the next day read, "Note smiling faces, a lesson to Tokyo." Note smiling faces, attesting to good treatment in the camp. A lesson to Tokyo was the exact wording in the caption of the photograph. I looked at the picture and why am I smiling, you know? And then I remembered that it's a kind of an automatic response when somebody tells you to smile and you just kind of mindlessly do what somebody tells you to do. At that moment, I don't think we had any idea that they were going to use this photograph that was taken by the Seattle Times as a salve to their guilt feelings about what happened. I think that the accurate would be to show that it was a violation. It was an outrage, actually, an outrageous thing to do. We need to start rewriting our history books, maybe, and talk about the concentration camps and what happened and why, and what the government could do with one executive order to 120,000 people in this country, 2/3 of them who are American citizens. I think the American people need to know that it was something that should not happen again.
Camas prairies covered a huge area of North America at one time. Now there's only maybe up to 3% of what there was.
We're at Glacial Heritage Preserve where they've been restoring Camas, and we brought a group of Native people from all over together today to help aerate the soil and have that reciprocity with Camas.
Camas is an extremely important traditional food that's been harvested for thousands of years. One of the most traded foods, just right up next to salmon. It has a lot of inulin in it, which is good for our gut health. Once you slow cook it, it becomes very sweet and can be used to sweeten other foods.
It looks like purple snow. You know that excitement when you first see snow on the ground? That's what it's like coming over those hills and seeing those purple beautiful prairies. It's absolutely beautiful. I've heard stories about back in our community. It was documented. It was like the last Camas bake. And it was an elder who prepared the fire and they roasted for days and everybody feasted together. And I would love to see that brought back to our tribal community. So me and a couple of our fellow tribal people, we're really trying to come out and just learn what we can from our friends and family and bring it home. Bring it home to our people, feed our people.
I've never tried Camas, so I'm excited to learn how to cook it and to preserve it. We have a sovereign right to the foods that we historically gathered and preserved, and being able to have easy access to areas that are usual and accustomed to our people, which now we have to get permission to some of those places. It's a part of who we are. We have a connection to the land, and we need to be able to preserve these practices and our traditional and custom ways and do it in the right way, because we were the natural stewards of this land, and we still are.
The Camas, it wouldn't be here if it weren't for people caring for it and managing it over the years. There's a deeper connection that really ties us to our ancestors and feeds our spirit.
Food sovereignty it's being acted out here today. They have access to this traditional food, and some of them for the first time in their lives that they can remember.
We need to be able to provide culturally relevant, healthy foods for our communities. With all of our harvesting, growing, cooking, we believe in transference, and so we're always harvesting in a good way with good intentions and a prayer, making sure that this food that you're gathering is medicine to those that are going to be receiving it. Some tribes are really lucky that they still have Camas in their usual and accustomed territories. And a lot of tribes don't have that anymore. And so to have these places where many tribes can come together and share and harvest is really special.
Winter teaches us really to slow down, to sleep, to rest, to store energy and choose to spend it wisely. And then the spring happens. Nettles, that first green on the forest floor, come out, bursting through the dark, damp soil to reach towards the sun. And they're telling us to do the same thing. It's time to wake up. It's time to reach for the sun. It's time to build and fortify your strength so that you can live out all of the dreams that you've been dreaming for yourself all winter. They call to us to get out here. I crave the feeling of stinging on my fingers. carry this bucket. I think.
Everyone can take one scissor.
This spot we're in today, this nettle patch, is one of my favorites. Crops of nettles were fertilized and maintained by Northwest coastal ancestors. All right, here, let's kneel down. Go for it. And how far down are we cutting?
Like this far.
1, 2, the top 2. There's the bud in the center. At an angle, right?
Yeah.
They're incredibly high, off the charts in calcium, magnesium, iron, phosphorus, all the things our body uses to actually manufacture blood. And then they have an affinity to the liver and the kidneys, so they help us build up our blood and then gently detoxify all the stuff that we don't need. And because they're so nutrient dense, you don't need a lot. A half a cup of nettles supersedes all other grains that you would buy in a grocery store. Right now in the early spring is when you harvest them for food because their leaves are so tender and full of water. But when they get taller, they get more fibrous, and that's when you would harvest them for tea. Fresh nettle tea in particular has quercetin in it at a really high concentrate, so it helps with seasonal allergies as well. So once again, like, here's nature offering you what you need to get through the seasons physically, emotionally, in so many ways, just carrying you right through to be able to transition with grace. The cool thing about nettles is that they're food, they're medicine, and they're fiber. They've always been a real, strong staple in our diet. The conversations that were happening during treaty negotiations, it was always based on food first, access to food. And then came, school and medicine and all the other parts of what is included in a treaty. And that is our trade. That's what we traded access to, all of those things, and ceding our lands over to the government for. Even in our creation stories, our foods are our teachers. They teach us who we are and where we come from. I believe our ancestors understood very well that if we didn't have access to our foods, if we didn't know how to harvest them, that we would still be humans, we'd still be walking around on this earth, but that we would be nobody. We wouldn't be a native person if we didn't have access to those things, if we weren't able to feed ourselves from these foods that we have developed relationships with for thousands of years. By eating our foods, we're activating our taste buds, and that's activating our ancestral DNA, which is activating our health.
Tell him to just pull over that way. Hey, how are you? Thank you for coming out. Tell him to just pull
And the things that trans people need on a team are very similar to what other people need. We are not asking for more, we're asking for basic respect. Call me the right name, call me the right pronouns, let me play my sport with my peers. My name is Skylar Baylor. I use he, him pronouns. I am 25 years old. I am the first transgender athlete to compete on a Division I men's team in college. I competed at Harvard from 2015 until 2019 when I graduated. I worked so hard to be able to compete as myself and then to share that with the world. And I didn't do all of that work so that somebody else would then not be able to do what I did.
Controversy continues to swirl around the University of Pennsylvania transgender swimmer Leah Thomas.
Leah Thomas, a transgender athlete assigned male at birth who's seen split support even among her own teammates.
Biological boys should not play in women's sports. It is just not fair.
Thomas made up some ground after Hennig had the early lead.
I've just been very involved in sort of the media storm that's been surrounding this. You know, people reach out to me all the time who are transgender athletes asking for support, and especially if they're in the NCAA, they usually ask for support at figuring out the NCAA rules and making sure they comply with the guidelines. I provided the same guidance for Leah. Leah reached out to me actually early on before she had come out to most of her world, if you will, looking for support. She knew that I existed. We actually were competing in the same league at the time, and we were able to just connect over both being trans and both being swimmers and both being in the Ivy League. The reality is that trans people are vastly underrepresented in elite level sports especially. I know of probably like maybe 10 people who have competed in the NCAA who are trans, and they've all contacted me trying to figure all this out. We as trans athletes are massively discriminated against in the country. I mean, 2021 and 2020 saw a record-breaking number of anti-trans legislation, mostly focusing on excluding trans kids from playing sports on teams that align with their gender identity. There's a few reasons that Leah has garnered the attention that she has. The primary reason is misogyny. She is competing in the women's category. She is a woman, and that accrues misogyny. I am a man. I competed in the men's category. Nobody cared for the most part. Much of my reception was positive. Sure, there are plenty of people who were like, "You're not a real man," but nobody was attacking me saying that I really couldn't compete. For the most part, people were like, "Yay, pity clap, whatever, you finished." Because I'm not seen as a threat, nor are many people seen as a threat in the men's category. Nobody polices the men's category the way they do the women's category. The reality is that when that biodiversity exists within the men's category, people praise it. Wow, look at Michael Phelps. His arms are longer than his torso and then his height. He's got double the lung capacity than the average athlete. Wow, he's a genetic freak, a genetic anomaly. Amazing. This idea of a level playing field is very elusive.
I've always been a scientist. I've always been an athlete. I've always been transgender. I am studying currently the physiology of trans athletes. If trans women start testosterone suppressing drugs and estrogen at the start of their hormone therapy period, they can have typical female testosterone levels within a month. Trans women will lose substantial amounts of strength, but not go all the way down to typical female levels of strength. The biggest strength changes occur within the first year. If you look at attributes like height, that's hardly going to change at all. There may be a very small decrease in height. That advantage is never going away. So it's a complicated thing. But, you know, in addition to talking about advantages, trans women are going to have some disadvantages too. Their bigger frames are now going to be powered by reduced muscle mass, reduced aerobic capacity, and that can lead to disadvantages too. So it's a lot more complex than people would think. The question is, in women's sports, can we have meaningful competition between trans women and cis women? Not do trans women have advantages, because yes, of course trans women have advantages. But can trans women and cis women compete against one another meaningfully? Definitive research, definitive numbers are still maybe 20 years away, but I think that in most sports, we can have meaningful competition.
This week at Blodgett Pool at Harvard, it is the Women's Ivy League Swimming and Diving Championships. I'm here, deeply in support of Leah. Oh, it's making me emotional. The last time I was swimming at Harvard, there was a couple other trans kids who sat in the stands with this big trans flag, and when I saw it, I started bawling because I did it alone. A lot of what I did in college, I did completely alone. I had really beautiful support from teammates, my coaches, my parents, but there was nobody else to point to who was also doing what I was doing. There were no other trans people around me. There wasn't somebody to mentor me. And so last night, I talked to Leah and I said, "Are you comfortable with me bringing a flag?" And she was like, "Yeah, of course, please." I know it's going to mean the world to me to be able to hold that flag there and be proud, and I hope it has the impact on the athletes as well.
How are you?
Leah has not actually, in fact, won a national competition yet. She might. I'm really excited to see what she does, but she currently has not actually won a national competition.
Thomas heads in for the final turn. It's going to be a race for second place. It might be Penn going 1-2 with Baroker making the turn currently in second place. And over the last half of the pool, nobody will touch Leah Thomas, who will finish at 4:37.32. Leah Thomas, Ivy League champion in the 500 free.
It's a really emotional ride for me, I think, because there's all this pride and excitement and joy that they get to do what they love and be themselves. There's also this layer of immense grief and pain that this is happening while everybody is also projecting so much vitriol on Leah especially. When I was openly competing and sharing about my experience, I got daily messages that said, "Hey, you saved my life because now I see that I can be myself and I don't have to lose anything while I gain myself." I got messages consistently, and every time I got these messages, I would bawl and cry. So I know for a fact that Leah is doing the same thing because that visibility, it says, "Hey, you belong here too." And I want every trans kid to know you belong here too, and you can thrive.
tell him to just pull over that way. Hey, how are you? Thank you for coming out. Come to that one for now. You going live right now? I'm live now. So we out here, we ready to get started. We have building power by having unity in our community. They want to pretend there are no racial issues here.
The lady was down there. We trust you. It's a white truck, a city truck.
We had a lot that needed assistance.
They were illiterate.
You committed false swearing. No, sir.
But the people who are less fortunate are left out. Here, Eileen, you can get this one too. I wasn't trying to work up no sweat today. We're just rounding about the part. One gonna go over there. One gonna go on that side, y'all. That's good. That's good. That's a good spot. That's a good spot for them. Yeah, we'll kind of spread them out a little bit.
Yeah, I got them.
All right. A lot of people intimidated by voting who can read and write. Most of the people who have a problem with reading and writing and understanding, they're not going to go vote. If you have a low voter turnout, that's some of the reason why. Hold on, we'll do all that at one time, not right now, because people got to sign for it, so we can start up. Because I know some people said they have to go. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Give it up for Coffee County. We are in the primary election in Georgia right now. We've got to carry people with us to the poll. We've got to call people. We just got to do whatever it takes. This is the last week of early voting coming up this week. If I come up, y'all coming up. I don't know no other way to do it.
Who ready to go to the ballot box? Who ready to let their voices be heard? Yes. Who knows that their voice matters?
Yes. My mother was a civil rights activist here in Coffee County. That's what helped to frame me to be involved like I am. When you look at poverty in the community, the rate of graduation from high school, it works hand in hand. We're a rural community. There are racial issues, educational issues, employment issues. A lot of y'all supported me when they unjustly prosecuted me and lied, trying to get me out of the way because I do this kind of work right here, and I thank y'all for it.
Hello.
Yeah, this is Glenn with the Secretary of State's office. And I'm working an election case down there in Coffee County for the State Election Board. Do you remember Miss Olivia helping you or assisting you to vote?
Yes, she picked me up, and she took me down there.
She didn't mark why she assisted you, and I was wondering why you needed assistance.
Because I can't read.
Okay.
I'm illiterate.
And that's no problem. She can assist you if you have problems reading. That's no problem, okay? All right, have a good one, Mr. Williams.
Under law, there's a series of questions that I need to ask you. Do you personally want to testify or not? I do. You do want to testify? Okay. Thank you.
Liars put together a lie to try to hurt a black woman.
We had some righteous jurors today.
Yes.
My children can stop worrying about it. Lord, I thank you. I can spend time with my
This young lady was terrified.
Wow. She told me, she said, I don't want to vote.
I say, that's exactly why you need to vote, so that we can stop stuff like that. People were intimidated. Fear has been put into people. they would actually say, if they're doing this to you as an elected official, what in the world would they do to me? Did we get everything off your mom's truck? Because I had a bag that had paper towels in it. In 2000 something. Tim, you voted? All right, you coming back. That's all that matters is you coming back. Busy trying to get people to the polls. Yeah, early voting is over. Today is the last day to vote. You need to tell all your cousins, your brothers, your sisters, your aunts, your uncles, everybody you know to come on down here to vote. Call Francine for me, see if she coming on the vote.
Turn left on Gaskin Avenue South.
Libby always picked me up, but here lately she's been busy, so. Hey, Miss Helen. Huh? Thank you so much for coming.
Well, you know me anytime.
I know. Look at him. Yeah, that's right. We should have had you there.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming out to go. Okay?
You're welcome.
Okay.
Ready? Come on, let's go. Okay. Yes, I did.
Now this is a proud voter here.
Yes,
You hear
yes,
me?
I am.
She
Yes,
is so
I am.
proud.
I'm free. I done did it. I did it. I did it. Yes. Woo.
I just assisted her. Some words she couldn't understand.
I feel good, like James Brown said. I feel good. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
I think my work here has been rewarding. You have to be in solidarity. You can't leave this group out or that group out. To move forward, we have to be all inclusive.
sharing about my experience, I consistently, and every time, you belong here too, and you can thrive.
Cuando uno
With ice swimming, no matter how fast you are, what your body composition is, how big you are, how small you are, when you're in water that cold, the end result is your body's going to fail. It's going to start to shut down, protect your organs. The ultimate reality is you're going to die in the water. When I think about that, I think about, what on earth am I doing? This is crazy. Why am I doing a sport where that actually is the end reality if you go too far? There was one person several years ago, they looked me dead in the eye and they said, with your body shape the way it is, you're never going to be able to achieve your goals. You know that, right? I know I don't have the standard size that you would expect to see potentially from some other athletes, but I have work ethic, drive, I have passion for my sport and what I do. I can achieve my goals if I put in the work no matter what physical shape I'm in. Some people get in and go. I feel like I'm already losing breath and I'm not even there. I'm a stander. I need about 4.5, 5 minutes of just standing around. No go. Okay. This is the worst part. It just hurts so bad. This is really cold. I don't like it. What am I doing? It is the pain. The pain is so awful. Relax. Control your breath. You're okay. So bad. It's a shock to the system. Essentially, your body goes numb and you can't really feel anything. Ice mile is swimming in water of 5 degrees Celsius or below, which is 41 degrees Fahrenheit. There's a lot of rules and regulations on the type of course that you have to make it safe, just because of the inherent danger in nature of the event. The ice mile for this year was an extreme ice swim. I wanted the U.S. distance record. 2.25 kilometer swim in 39-degree water in 51 minutes and 26 seconds. There's reasons people don't do these distances because they're not inherently safe. You are putting yourself into a self-induced hypothermic state. I'm numb.
All right.
I'm going, but I'm numb.
All right. Doing it.
I'm having a journey in ice swimming, and I feel like I can do more. Really, my focal point for everything open water is the notorious Alki swimmers. We're all bonded together through our love of water. And we have such a big bikini culture at Alki too. It's really just a sense of community that I've gotten at Alki with respect specifically to female body image. Cold water swimmers have a very different body shape than, you know, other athletes, professional athletes you might see. Yeah. Okay, it's time. I have a lot of extra layers to give me the body that I need to do this. Whatever body you have is the body you're meant to have, and the water doesn't care at the end of the day. The water is going to support you. The Alki swimmers really support that. Another reason why I do what I do and want to include people, I want to be the person to say, look at me, I'm not your standard size. I don't have your stereotypical athlete body. I'm a shorter, pudgy girl, and I'm also a national distance record holder, so there we go. Proof is in the pudding, so they say.
I can't put into words what it's like to be here. It's truly overwhelming. It's exciting. It's electric.
The fact that they're this far is just absolute magic. And to be here, I mean, we were here yesterday and we're coming tomorrow, and it's an absolute dream come true.
Being a Phillies fan is like coming home, like family.
This last month, I've never seen such support for a team in this city in all the years I've been here than this month for this team.
Back in June, I didn't think this was possible. And I kept saying, they keep winning games. They keep winning games. I told my friends, this may not stop. This could be it.
I became a Phillies fan when my dad started to like them because he taught me the ways of the Philly. It feels special because I wasn't born when we actually won the World Series, so it feels cool to be actually here.
My dad is getting older every day, and that's when I get to see him most when we go to the games as a season ticket holder. Jeez, my son's part of it now. It's really special. That's all I can say.
My grandmom is a lifelong Phillies fan. She's been a fan since she was a little girl, back when girls really didn't play baseball and watch baseball. She's just been a diehard Phillies fan her whole life, and I'm repping it for her. She's watching from home today.
On a personal level, my wife was a huge Phillies fan. She died last year. She would have been so happy to watch this.
They are.
So I'm here because of her. I promised I would come to this game.
My mother is 91 years old, and she's a Phillies fan, a diehard Phillies fan. Part of the reason why I'm a Phillies fan is because of her. She faithfully watches every single game, and she loves and hates them at the same time.
Everyone is just, let's go Phils, or let's go Birds. Yeah, let's go Phils. I mean, you want to hug everybody. It's exciting to be in Philadelphia.
I'm excited, I'm proud of this city, I'm proud of these players, and I like the way they embrace the fans. I mean, we're behind them 100%. Sometimes we don't show it like we should, but we are. Even when we're mad at them, we still love them. And that's the difference between a Philly fan and everybody else. We may get mad at you, but we still love you. You know, just do better tomorrow.
It definitely sucks seeing how the World Series played out. It's a little depressing, just thinking back and like how I felt when I was painting it and just how exciting it was in the moment. It captures a moment in time for me and the city. We saw a glimpse of what Bryce Harper can do, especially in the postseason. And I think it's just a sign for what's to come next year. And yeah, I hope people will see it and still have hope.
Foley artist when I eat.
What?
Lauren jokes that I'm a Foley artist when I eat because apparently I'm a very loud cruncher.
You are.
I apologize.
It's funny. Thank God, not a Seattle one.
I have like all these triggers from all these videos because it's like all associated with like that ice swimming one. We all got COVID immediately after that.
Really? Seriously?
And the other one, we all had norovirus.
Oh my God.
Just like all these like illnesses or associated with stories.
Oh no. Yep. Fun. I get that.
There should be a story behind the scene. There should. I would love to hear more about the story behind the scene. Like
Yeah.
what happened.
Maybe not one more mic'd up.
Yeah. I was actually out there.
What?
I went out there when they were filming that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. But I just with Juniper because it was like a weekend. Yeah.
I photographed Melissa and the ice swimmers before for other previous stories, but I think that was done when I was still on leave.
I've always wanted to do like the New Year's dip, but I always find a good excuse not to.
My God. I photographed them a couple years ago when they were out swimming in the snow. Yeah.
Oh, I think I remember
snowed.
that.
These people are crazy. I
know.
mean, they're nuts.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
And it's just so funny that even they know they're nuts. Like, they're complaining the whole time, and it's... But they still love it. Okay, sorry.
Are we gonna wait for her to put it? Or? Oh.
Shall we start or should we wait? Start.
Jay Quintana is a special effects makeup artist from Long Beach who previously brought to horrific life the many creepy, haunted characters of Dark Harbor, a Halloween haunt at the Queen Mary. Here we'll tell his story of how he found identity and belonging through his love of makeup.
I think what really grabs my attention from horror makeup and special effects makeup is just the transformation aspect of it. Having a blank canvas and seeing what best fits them. It's like trying to figure out this like puzzle you're trying to design on them. It's a whole process.
Oh my God.
I've done a little bit of everything so far. Music videos, fashion shows, commercial work. I've done film, and I worked at Dark Harbor for about 9 years in total. It would have been 10, but COVID. I had an interest with spooky stuff before Dark Harbor. When I first saw the little monsters, watching it as a kid, it was magical. It was colorful. I was just like, man, that's exactly what I want to do. But of course, my sexuality kind of got in the way because I didn't want, people to find out that I was gay at the time. My mom used to sell Mary Kay when I was younger. My mom would, come back home and she would be like, where's my liner? Where's my top to this? Where's my top to that? And she knew. When I came out, I wanted to be like this head lead hairstylist, doing celebrity hair, and that's what I thought that I was going to do. I had a partner when I went to cosmetology school, and he was absolutely amazing at makeup, and I had asked him if he can teach me, and he said no. Till this day, I don't know why. He wouldn't teach me. So I would walk to CVS, Walmart, and I would purchase makeup, sit my ass down, watch the YouTube video, and I would watch it, pause it, try it. Watch it, pause it, try it. Over and over and over until I felt comfortable applying it to my services. And they would be like, hey, can I get a trim? I was like, yeah, girl, for $5 more, I can do your shadow. I did that for about 2 to 3 years until I started to grow some balls and was like, you know what, let me get out there. So I changed my whole career from like hair to like full-on makeup. When I first started working for MAC Cosmetics, which was back in 2012, that was the year that I started with Dark Harbor. And that's where I want to say my life just changed. It was definitely a challenge for me my first year. I came in not knowing like what airbrush was, what cream colors were, what water activated makeups were. I didn't know anything about nothing. That lit up a fire under my ass. And that was like, all right, Jay, you want to learn? This is your chance to learn. I feel very lucky. At that time, I was lost. I was still trying to find myself. I was still trying to see what I was meant to do, you know? And here I stumbled upon a haunt that had all kinds of artists, and I ended up learning different things from different people. And now I feel like it's time for me to fly and to start, you know, another chapter. You know, which now I want to dive in more into production and get into union one day and do bigger projects and watch, you know, one day watch my work on the big screen. I'm ready to fight the fight, you know, and I'm not going to give up.
Badger Cohen's is an 85-year-old photographer and visual artist in Bridgeport, Connecticut. He worked with Gordon Parks and photographed jazz greats, movie stars, and Hollywood sons, and bore witness to several eras of American history through the lens of his camera. In this video, he reflects on his life's work, the racism he faced working in a predominantly white industry, and what motivates him to make art.
They were throwing a little girl up with a blanket on the beach. And I got real close to the edge of the blanket and I shot this picture. And it reminded me of Icarus. The first job, real job, that I got paid for was to do a cover of Louis Armstrong for Theater magazine. I went to Newport Jazz in 1961 with my 2 little Leicas and no money. And I photographed the Newport Jazz Festival. So then I got paid. That was like, oh, wow. So somebody said, you're a professional now, you're getting paid. My name is Andrew Collins. I started my life as a musician, and that's what I thought I was going to do, but then photography came in. Everything in life that's flowing past you is important, and that's what I wanted. I wanted those moments of life flowing past me, whether it was movie stars, whether it was people walking down the street, whether it was an abstract, no matter what it was. If I had a feeling here in my heart, then it was important to me to do it. If I was photographing a person, I wanted to get them to look at me or to look at the camera. I wanted to capture part of who they were. And the eyes do that better than anything else. I was a news carrier. I was a paper boy. So I was reading the papers while I was carrying them. So I was pretty up on what was going on in the world. And the things that, you know, upset me was about racism. It still upsets me. About black people getting hung and killed and shot. It was very, it got me. It gets me today. They would look at the work, they would see the work. My agent would take the work, and they would see the work and they would want to hire me. And then when I would show up, it's like, oh, Jesus, we're so sorry. Somebody just took that job. So I took all that racism and rejection and everything, and I put it in my work. That's one of the big things I learned from Gordon Parks, was to take negative energy and turn it into positive power. See, the way I grew up, I didn't have a problem with about who I was or what I could do. I never had that problem. I never saw myself as other, you know, or different, or because I was black, I was not as good as. I never, you know, because I had a lot of love in growing up in my family. I think the basic thing about racism, it's not going to change until white people change it. They made it. You know, racism is a white person's problem, white people's problem. They have to step up to the plate and say, well, we're not going to put up with this anymore. People have to realize, where did life start? It didn't start in Mississippi. Racism didn't start in America, you know? Black people's history didn't start in America. Everybody that is a human being was born on the continent of Africa. Every human being. The gene pool of human beings started in Africa. Okay, yeah. I wanted to do something with my hands. And I wanted to do and make images I always have, even in my photography. I want to make images that haven't been seen before. You know, I wasn't educated with a degree in painting. It was a desire to make something with paint. I have this exhibit at Fairfield University. It's not actually retrospective. It's just to look at my work over a period of time. I don't know what it means. I really don't. People say, well, what do you want your legacy to be? I don't know anything about legacy. You know, it'll be what it is. It'll be what the people make it. I can't make my legacy. I don't even know what that is. All I want to do is work, and it'll be whatever it be. Ooh, like that.
Restaurant of the Year at Mara, Chef Gavin Cason combines Midwestern ingredients with Mediterranean simplicity.
When I was thinking about this space and thinking about what I wanted it to be, I went back into my journals when I was in my early 20s. I was enamored by the Mediterranean culture and that cuisine. What I often think about when I think of that part of the world is the purity of its products. You know, you see these beautiful images of lemon trees and orange trees and being able to just grab that and eat from there. There's a sense of romance to that purity, which is what we're trying to show off in this space. The grilled chicken breast is a pomegranate glazed chicken breast, brined in tremula spice, served very simply with a spring onion salad, marinated in sumac and oil, and then a grilled lemon. It's very much indicative of like how perfect is that product, and then you just focus on the technique of making it delicious. So this is a pretty classic, Parisian style bistro dish, right? Mussels and French fries, but it's about the sauce that's in it. So it's white wine, usually a Riesling wine. You have leeks, you have garlic, you have fine herbs. We work with a friend of ours named Lior, who has a spice shop in New York City and helps us come up and create different spice blends that are focused on the Mediterranean. So you'll see spices like limonamone in there, which is a dehydrated lime, and different sort of peppers that are then also dehydrated, put into the moule frite. And then there's nothing better than to take the French fries and then dipping it into that sauce. Chef Eddie here is our pastry chef. Hyper talented from Cognac, France. Our culinary creations were love at first bite, so to speak. The riff on the baklava is that it comes with the rose petals, it comes with little saffron ice cream, and there's something that's very nostalgic about it for me. I grew up playing hockey in Minnesota and like driving all the time, and you see the big beet farms everywhere, and then whipping the feta into a mousse, and then having the crouton on top and the aged balsamic vinegar. Something that shows off what we do here in the Midwest so great, which is to grow beautiful product and a way for us to showcase the farmers we work with. Restaurants are like children. I have 3 boys and I have 3 restaurants. They all have different personalities. What I think is always exciting about this space in particular is how beautiful the design of the restaurant is. The kitchen is very open. I want to have our chef team see what the guests are doing and how they're enjoying themselves. And if you see a guest sort of say like, oh, I wish we would have gotten the crispy potatoes or the fried Brussels sprouts or whatever it might be, let's serve that to them. As a chef, that's what you're there to do. We're there to serve. Mara is an extension of that for us.
The trip to Dallas, Texas for nationals would be a very big deal for George Washington High School's cheerleading team of 20. But first, the Philadelphia squad must raise $30,000 needed for airfare, hotel rooms, and gear. All the hard work we put in, we deserve it, said cheerleader Irisita Cola.
This year, the thing I'm looking really most to doing is go to nationals. I really want to go to nationals. Ever since I was like 4, and you can ask my mother about this, I've been talking about being a cheerleader in high school. That's the only thing I wanted to do. I love flipping in the air. Like when we do stunts where they throw us up, like that's like my favorite part.
When I first started it, I wasn't very good at cheer because it was my first time. Like the coaches taught me everything, like how to bang, how to dance, how to do cheers, at football games, everything. But now it's like I know everything, and now I'm the person that helps others. Now that we're going to nationals, it's like a lot of work we have to put in, like a lot of time, a lot of work. We have to be patient. Our grades have to be up there. It's like everything has to be perfect for us to be able to go to nationals.
I'm a captain of the football team. I play right tackle and defensive end. But this is like my first and last season doing cheer. I love football and basketball, but this is like something new, and I guess because it's something new I haven't done before, that's why I'm so excited to do it now. They just recruited me, telling me to come, and I came on practice, and I loved it.
He's really strong. So I feel like we really need those football boys on our team because they can really help us in like extreme stunts that we're going to do at nationals. It's like when you're a flyer and your bases are holding you up, your life is in their hands. Because if you fall and something bad happens to yourself, it's like over.
It's like, don't drop her, don't drop her, don't drop her. Like, there's a lot of technicalities that go into cheerleading that I never knew. Like, again, having her foot come around my head and trying to catch it with the other hand, I was struggling with that. You have to really be good. You have to really be locked in and focused and want to do cheer. I play football, so I feel like I had to score a touchdown, you know?
It just gives me like a hyperness, like when I get up there, like even like just with the energy, like just going up into a prep, it's just like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just like a weird feeling where like I'm so happy.
Our kids encourage each other. They support each other. They are, I don't know, and we said this yesterday. I said, welcome to your new group of 20 best friends, because that's what they're going to be.
You really got to catch her. No one lets her go, not even a finger touches
They're
that
going
ground.
to
So serious.
make memories and have an experience of a lifetime, and they're never going to forget this. They're the first team. They're the first team in the Philadelphia School District, in the Philadelphia Public League to ever go to nationals. And it's unforgettable.
I feel really happy that I'm on a team that really succeeded, because before, when they made it to states before, they said that they were like always like ranked at the lower point, like the 14th place and all this stuff. And then last year, my first year of cheerleading, we went up to semifinals, which is basically competing for the last spot of finals. And the videos that we took of us like recording before they called us on, it was just so like wild. It was so, everybody was crying. It was just so emotional.
We earned it, like we really did earn semifinals. Nationals came to us and they were like, why don't you compete in nationals? And our coaches signed us up. So far, what I know is we're definitely traveling on a plane to Dallas, Texas. We have to raise $30,000. And a lot of that, like $30,000 is going towards hotel, towards our food, towards the plane, uniform, everything is all.
Washington represent the city of Philadelphia in Dallas, Texas.
Since I've been here, like, I would have never thought we would have traveled somewhere with our team. Like, we travel to Hershey, but that's on a bus. Like, this is on a plane. This is going somewhere bigger, like, competing with all these other teams. Like, no Philly public school has done this. We're the first one, so that's very exciting.
Overall, we feel kind of like underdogs because it's like we don't have the money. Most of these teams already have their money, already have their planes booked, their hotels booked, and we're doing it little by little. We have to fundraise like every single penny that we're going to be using towards this. And in a sense, people have gotten discouraged, but our coaches are like, we're doing it, like look how far we've gotten in just like a month. And then everybody's now just getting that motivation that we're going to do it even though we're a public school.
It's a very big deal. And I mean, all the hard work we've put in, we deserve it.
I feel like only Seattle and Philly contribute.
I know.
Like
Yeah.
we applied in this
Yeah,
like
it's a lot.
Forced out of Kabul by Taliban rule, Seema Rezai, a young female boxer, continues her training in Washington. Rezai hopes to compete in the Olympics as a refugee and to inspire other Afghan women by becoming the first female Afghan medalist in the Games.
When I box, when I spar, I always telling myself that you have this opportunity for training, so you should do this for yourself and for those women in the country that they're not able to do anything. I'm telling myself that you're an Afghan woman for Afghan women. Before Taliban government, Afghanistan was really good area for everyone. Women learn how to improve themselves. They learn how to have their rights in the country. They didn't want the females to go to sport, but they always support their daughters, their girls, and everyone to go to educate themselves. My father worked a lot in outside. I went to best courses in Afghanistan, language courses and math courses, like science courses in Afghanistan, because he was paying for me to go to school, but he was never agree with my sport. It was a really new thing in the area, like a girl be a boxer. So it was really hard for me and for the other female athletes in Afghanistan. They don't want you to do something and you show them that I can do this and I don't care about anybody. I was so nervous on the first day, and when I get into the gym, and they were maybe look at me like, what does she's doing here? But they told me like how to punch, they spar with me, they were supporting me, and they changed my thinking about everything in Afghanistan. After 6 months of training, we went to nationals, and then I had the first position in my weight in Afghanistan national boxing team. The day the Taliban entered to the Kabul, I was like, we are done. Everything was completely changed. I was not able to go to gym. Nobody was able to go to school. None of the female athletes, they were not able to do their sports anymore. Streets were empty, no one was in the street, and it was like a horror movie for me. It was a really bad change in the country. Like, I was looking to the Taliban with their guns and their horror faces. I was thinking with myself, what will happen to me, like, with this area, with these people. I cannot stay here. Everything that we made in the country, every freedom that we received, Taliban destroyed everything. My father, he didn't talk with me like, do you have to go or no? He just said, you should get out from here if you have a chance. Too Young to Wed is a group that helped me to get out from the country. It was a long day and also hard, you know, because I saw everyone, like the young generation especially, they were trying to get into the airport and everyone was running, everyone was mad. On that time, I was thinking only about myself. All of my focus was like to get out from the country. Boxing changed me a lot. Boxing changed my thinking, my mentality, and made me the way stronger. But I was sad for my teammates, for the girls, that they were not able to go to school anymore. They were not able to do sports anymore. If I didn't do boxing, I was not able to be Afghan voice, like Afghan women's voice. I'm showing the Afghan women's power in my boxing. Right now, my goal is getting to Olympics by refugee team and be the first Olympic medalist in Afghanistan from the women's. As an Afghan girl, I will do my part for every Afghan pupil.
Philly's learned a lot this year.
It could be that there's also the documentary category, and so there could be like, I don't know, other papers that are kind of putting stuff into that category, depending on how their approach to video is, more than like I could see like a New York Times or LA Times.
Too.
Also, maybe they just didn't make it through the final round.
Well,
you got to be prolific, you know.
Well, I mean, we're a non-Olympic year, so New York Times isn't going to do any sports. Sorry. Is that a dig?
Okay, so makeup artist, art legacy, the chef, the cheerleaders, and the boxer. Sounds like
some good stuff.
Weird short story.
A lot of good.
So, do we want to talk about some ones that maybe we'd like to pull out, or do you want to talk about the ones that rise to the top?
I would pull out restaurant.
Yeah.
To me, it felt promotional.
That's what I wrote too.
That's
okay.
I have a hard time like how this is like news.
I will say the food was shot well.
Oh, it's shot, yeah.
I'm sure people would click on that on like a newspaper website, but it's just it doesn't fit the spirit of the contest.
It's like, I feel like it was very similar to like a 36 Hours New York
Yeah.
Times used to do, and
Mhm.
things like that. But like for a local audience, which totally makes sense, but I just don't think it rises to what some of these other things achieve. I like that a lot of them, like the makeup artist, the photographer, and the last one about the Afghan boxer, all kind of like hit on a bigger issue, like
Yeah.
whether it's like
I agree.
you know, race or, you know, the Afghan Taliban. And then even in the makeup artist like coming out, you know,
Yeah.
his mom, like just like getting that little element of personal detail was important.
Yeah.
But they also all felt kind of very isolated in these like very small scenes, which is interesting. Like, I kind of wanted more from each person, but at the same time, it was nice that it was just kind of a little condensed story.
Yeah, they were like little tiny profiles.
I loved the special effects makeup, just like the editing, particularly at the beginning. It was a really visual story. The use of music was like at the beginning pretty fun. It was a really great character, and they shot a lot of details, which I feel like a lot of these stories I just like want more details, and there were so many nice details in there. And the story lends itself well to that, so I really like that one.
Yeah, I kept looking away because I don't
I know.
watch horror.
I know, same. I get really grossed out.
But then I want to see behind the scene, especially like when he was ripping apart.
Oh, I know. I was like,
what was it, like bacon skin?
I mean, I think it was just like
latex. Yeah.
It looked like bacon.
I mean, but it was really, it was really sensual. You could like, you know, the sound and the textures and everything was really nice. Really well done.
I thought the photographer one was edited well with the stills, because it can be challenging sometimes.
Yeah.
And I liked when it got into like it cut to that shot where he's like all of a sudden this like dirty studio paint thing. There was just some fun visuals there. I did think it like the overall story kind of meandered a little bit at some point.
Yeah.
I sort of felt that way with the end of the Afghan boxer one.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. At first I was kind of thinking like maybe this photographer one should have been entered in race and issue, but then by the end of it I was like, well, no, I think this is more of a culture story. Because at the beginning it kind of positioned itself as a race and issue story, especially like in the description. But then, you know, it's less about his race and more about him as a character and who he is as a human. And so, I mean, not that race is, you know, separate from that necessarily, but I think it very much like, then I was like, okay, this is definitely a culture story. Even though it could have been both, really.
I thought the cheerleader one it had like really nice access.
Yeah,
and I really
great
liked the
access.
beginning. It just like, I don't know if it was part of a series, like maybe there's another film that like follows them to it just felt like that was missing. And then there was just like a lot of rough like audio, a lot of rough edits. But I appreciated that they had nice visuals, they had nice access, and I just kind of wanted to see more and just see it polished a little bit.
Yeah.
My only critique on that one is that I have a hard time connecting that they have an issue of raising $30,000.
I know.
And I'm just not seeing it in the story. Like they mention it halfway through, but I'm like, okay, you did the fundraising, but like, where's the struggle? Most of the shots were just the kids cheerleading.
Yeah, and then there was no resolution. Yeah.
I had some problems following that one. I felt like narratively I got lost a few times. Like when it said 10 days earlier, I was like,
Why are we doing this? Yeah.
Why?
Well, and when they introduced the football player, I was like, where are we going with this? And then it was like, oh, he's a cheerleader too. But that was really confusing.
Yeah, there were some things I thought there were nice things about it, but I just kept getting a little like
the story structure.
Oh, okay. Now I'm back in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be a little shorter too.
Yeah, definitely.
And then the last one, I thought it was pretty. I thought there were some, and important, for sure. I thought there were some choices that I might not have made. Like, I understand what the filmmaker was doing, putting like photos of like the girls' like successes and like happy photos where he did, or she, I don't remember who the filmmaker was. Anyway, but the audio under it was, and then the Taliban destroyed everything, and it's like her smiling brightly, and I get like it was supposed to be a contrast to what came before, but in that moment I was just like, what's happening here? And then the end felt a little bit abrupt to me, but I also know like it was a really tight piece, like very condensed, so you know,
I found at times it was a little hard to follow the thread with the Afghan boxer one. Her English is really good, but I feel like the interview kind of did bounce around a little bit. So that was my one issue with it.
So do we all think we know what we want our first one to be? Wait, Jesse, I feel like you haven't said much at all.
Really? I feel like I've been talking a lot.
Oh, have you?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I haven't talked very much. I mean, I feel like we have 3 that are rising to the top for all of us.
Do you have one that you like for first?
I don't know. I mean, I would say with the Afghan boxer, like, visually, I think it's just like, above, like, even the Long Beach one, and I think in the beginning, very good, strong, funny, but there's, like, I feel like there's some issues sometimes, and same with the photographer one, but nothing major. And then, so I think sometimes it's hard because, like,
Needed a bit more
I see some
polish.
I see like a super polished piece, but I do think it could. I feel like it did meander personally at the end a little bit, and I agree with you that like there was an opportunity to bring in maybe archival or like EP footage or something of what's going on to kind of set it in this context a little stronger.
I have mixed feelings when for the boxer when there's a photo of her I guess in Afghanistan. I don't feel like that is hitting me in terms of like the struggle that she had been through. And I feel like other archival footages would have helped.
Yeah, agreed. I think that's part of why I felt like it was hard to follow that thread, because it wasn't. We were seeing her in the gym. We were seeing pictures of her like smiling, but we really weren't like the descriptions of what she came from, and it just didn't really it didn't all click, didn't all connect.
For the makeup artists, do they like? I was kind of getting confused. Like, I assume he worked at a place and maybe they shut down due to the pandemic. Did he actually like clarify that in the film? It's hard for me to remember now.
He clarified it.
Is that kind of I'm just trying to think narratively.
I think
it's kind of like a plot point, but I don't really remember why.
I thought that he said that he like worked at the place and it would have been 10 years, but it was 9 because of the pandemic, meaning that like they shut down for a year, but he still works there. He's been working there for 10 years. That's how I took it, at least. But it definitely was one of those things where you're like, what does that mean? A little distracting. Anyone want to go with nominated first?
I did last time.
I liked the makeup artist one best.
Me too. Yeah, that was definitely mine.
I'm good.
What would your number 2 be?
Yeah.
Yeah, if that's not your number 1.
No, I think. Oh, my number 2, number 1. I don't know. I feel like all 3 of the ones we're talking. I feel like the 3 we've been talking about are like really close to me. But You know, the Long Beach one was fun. They shot a ton. They didn't seem to have a ton of time in there. You know, probably spent a day there. It was just like really great visuals. It was funny, and also
Poignant,
like,
yeah.
like had like tougher like conversations with the person. So I thought they did a good job. So I'm happy with that being the one.
What I liked about the photographer piece was that it felt like it had more breadth than the boxer piece, which the visual options seem very limited in that, and therefore you couldn't really go very deep into her story. Whereas with the photographer, we ended up coming out of it, and I feel like we got a really good understanding of him as a character, him as an artist, his work. We got to see him in the studio. It was more active. So I think if I'm leaning to one or the other for a second, I would probably go with that one, but I'm curious to hear what you guys think.
My number 2 was the photographer, the artist.
Mine too. Done.
It's just better executed.
Yeah.
So do you feel comfortable with Boxer as 3? Or
I
no?
do.
I do.
Great.
Sure.
Done.
Beautiful. Well, so we have 3 more categories on our schedule today, but the next 2 only have 1 entry each.
Oh.
Done.
And we are right now more than an hour ahead of schedule.
What? How is
Really?
that even possible?
Because we are actually the best group. I got that confirmed when I went outside.
Oh, cool.
Perhaps there's more confirmation
Oh.
here.
Hey, Keely. How's it going? Good. Good to see you.
Likewise, just popping in to see how things are going.
Everything's going great.
Oh, okay, good to meet you.
So do you know what's next, Maddie?
Yeah.
The 24 hours? Yeah.
There's one because you should never take out a bathroom break, is what
No.
my mother taught me when I was a child.
Team first, then individual? Yeah.
How are you doing, Keely?
I'm good.
Good.
Yeah,
What's new?
not much, just keeping up with the kids and trying to prepare for the next workshops. Got the music video workshop coming up and
Oh,
the
cool.
Northern Shore course. So
Oh, yeah.
doing a lot of stuff.
It's always big.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Locking in sponsors, all the
Fun.
logistics and stuff. How you been doing?
Doing pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm up to the editing desk, so I'm a picture editor now.
Oh, nice. How you like it?
It's a lot of politicking.
Yeah.
It's a lot of like dealing with Metro editors that are very disorganized.
I tell you.
I spend a lot of time just making sure we have a picture that's good enough to put on the front page every single freaking day.
Yeah.
And it's like, we have to do this all over again? You gotta be kidding me. We did this yesterday.
Yeah, I tell you, the hardest part was always just dealing with people who don't know visuals, but think they do.
Yeah.
And you have to explain to them why the choices you make.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
and there's always this whole backwards world. It's like, I don't come to you and tell you which graph needs to go in the lead, and you know, it's just, that was just the most frustrating part always about picture editing.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely, I've been struggling with that.
Yeah, what was, I think for me, was when I finally, this is where I found leadership made a big difference in the support from top leadership that when I became DOP in Orlando, that I had the buy-in and the backing of the editor to say, look, this is how it needs to be done. We can discuss things, but you guys, your reporters, the editors need to discuss with a picture editor.
Yeah.
From the inception of the story.
Right. Oh, but then you're just constantly like, people are still like, you know.
Oh yeah, it takes some training, but it's like what they started seeing is when you see success out of that type of collaboration, then people start kind of buying into it. But it takes changing the culture of a newsroom that is not used to the collaboration process. But a lot of that still had to do with me staying on top of the budget. I knew the budget in and out, and I'm like, okay. And I started just dealing also with the writers. They said,
Writers,
tell me if you have a germ of an idea. And
Yeah.
then we can,
I just find it so hard to like have time enough to devote time to that at the same time as I'm like actually have time to edit stories.
that's where we hurt.
It's
now the
so
most,
hard.
Because the deletion of staffing has caused so much problem.
It's so hard.
It's turned around, like, you know, photo departments become service department again in a lot of places.
Yeah.
You just try to keep the boat afloat, and you don't have the time, which is why I retired.
Yeah. It's
But
brutal.
now it is. And I'm hoping, like, you know, now with NPPA kind of back on even keel again, even though I still do a lot of my time fundraising, I really want to get back into programming, to particularly with news organizations that don't have real good visuals. You know, like I want to develop programs to say, look, you guys need visual literacy, and just throw in someone an iPhone and just tell them you have something good enough to go on your front page, or a slideshow that doesn't have any kind of sequencing to it is not, you know.
No. Well, we hired a bunch of new, like a whole crop of new Metro editors in the last, like since the pandemic started. And so since we've all been remote, it's like they're making a lot of these coverage decisions, and they never were in the newsroom environment with us, and so they don't have that like comfort level of coming to us as much. And at least there's at least one person who's outwardly adversarial with me.
Yes.
And it's like, the problem is not with me.
Yeah.
Like I'm really trying to collaborate with you here, but I need you to bring me along. Like it's really tough.
Yeah.
And you know, I don't necessarily blame them because we don't have that same sort of newsroom feel as much anymore, but
yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
tough.
that's probably the biggest loss.
And a lot of the other papers, I will say, like a lot of the other papers like that they came from, you know, there's this attitude of like, oh, we'll just slap a wire story on the cover. Like we don't need to think much about the A1 centerpiece. And it's like, well, that's not how we do things. Like we're very much like we need to have a good local A1 centerpiece most days. Like we can't just like find some random wire story and plug it in.
Right.
So I've spent a lot of time fighting that battle every freaking day.
And every time I've been tempted, well, I haven't attempted it, I've been approached to picture edit again. And I find out what the leadership attitude is about, and it's like, I'll be spend too much of my time stressing and arguing and getting people in line again. I mean, it's worth the fight, but it takes, you have to have real buy-in from the top leadership.
Well, I feel like we have lip service, but it's like, you know, a lot of the times I'm like, you're telling me that you respect me, but you're not showing it. So like, we need to like figure out what's going on here.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. That was me complaining. Sorry.
Yeah.
A little venting. But I feel like it's tale as old as time for really like, I mean, visual people in a newsroom. So.
Well, if you all want to soldier on, we can do that, and we can either work a category ahead or go home early.
Oh, let's go home early.
I see.
Yeah.
2 hours sleep.
How late were y'all out till, or you didn't get in till late, right?
We got in at 6:30 this morning.
Oh my God.
So what we have left on the docket are these two 24-hour categories. So it's a video story on any topic that has been filmed, edited, and published in 24 hours. There's one entry in the team division and one entry in the individual division. We basically decide whether or not it wins first place or nothing. Then there's one other category technically on our slate today, and it's the first of the portfolios.
Okay.
So we can just see how our Seattle friends feel when we get there. All right.
Well, yeah. I feel like I kind of know what's going to be in there.
Okay.
Based on
Maybe
like
it'll be
everything that
easy
we've
then.
watched.
Yeah, we might be able to.
I have a
Knock
feeling
them
we're
out.
going to see some Philly and some Seattle.
That may be a good premonition.
All right. Polish resident Kesnia Kraft reunited with her cousins and their 5 children near the border with Ukraine. The 2 families traveled to the border from the town of Berdychiv in central Ukraine on a grueling stop and start journey. They traveled for 24 hours on overcrowded trains that were rerouted and delayed as a result of Russian bombardment. Their husbands stayed at home to defend their country, but the children were going to get them out and bring them here to save their lives at least. Kraft said, "I want them to survive."
Дуже бачу вчити. Сашка, ти бачиш мене? Кума, помагай, бо ти Сашка бачиш, дивиться. Ліска! То моя кузинка. Ми просто вчора от 8 ранку їх чекаємо, то емоції просто не витримують. Діти бояться, там війна, там вбивають дітей. Я вже тут декілька років проживаю в Польщі і хотіла, щоб вони теж жили, зберегти їм життя. Їхні чоловіки залишилися вдома боронити свою землю, а дітей постаралися забрати, приїхати сюди, щоб хоча б дітям зберегти життя. Наконец-то воєнні, ні? Так. То вже заспокоїмо, то вже все добре. Найстрашніше позаду.
Okay, that's it. Discussion?
I'm okay giving it first.
Sure.
Yeah, it's one scene basically, but it is a very powerful scene.
I mean, I wouldn't expect more out of the 24-hour. Like, it's you have to shoot and edit and publish.
Everything. Yeah.
It also just really well captures like the situation of people trying to like find family and like they're actually there for that moment.
Yeah.
Kind of,
It's very emotional. Yeah.
I like how they use at the beginning, it's like a gate. It's like a barrier that's like it's two separate sections.
Yeah.
They're not together yet. And then, like you said, Jesse, that they reunited the family and they stayed till that moment.
Yeah, it definitely builds the tension, and then, having to stand there kind of gives you it makes it the full, complete story that you get to, even though it's just one scene, you get to kind of follow on that journey with them in that moment, even though it's really brief.
Yeah, I found it very moving.
Good. All right, first place it is.
Okay. So the next one is the same, but individual. That was team.
What? Oh, Burning Man.
Alright. In August, Fluffy the floating cloud bank left a farm in Vermont where it was brought to life by more than 100 Vermonters and make its way to Nevada for this year's Burning Man. The 40-foot long, 8-foot wide bus is covered from 70 cloud forms that are intricately woven with 14,000 LED colored lights that respond to music and sound. It is equipped with a wheelchair lift and handrails inscribed with Braille to inform sight-impaired visitors of what awaits, such as 2 open-air decks and a dance floor in Fluffy's center with a dance pole in the middle topped with what else? A flamethrower. Fluffy's goal was to serve as part of the public transportation system, a series of 800 art cars at Burning Man, the city of 70,000 people that pops up every year in Nevada's Black Rock Desert. This is acceptable public transit masquerading as a floating cloud bank across the desert, explained Vermont's Dwayne Peterson. He's a Burning Man vet, co-founder of Sun Common, and the founder of Dwayne's World, the Burning Man camp that spearheaded Fluffy. Peterson teamed up with more than 100 people to build the art bus, including Burlington artists and Beta Technologies engineers. Among those in the latter group is IBM fellow John Kahn, who mapped the LED lights to the shapes of the clouds.
All right, let's watch the video.
Way to hang in there, Maddie.
Yeah.
This is a test to see if you'd read the whole thing.
Burning Man is a pop-up city of 70,000 people. It's 1 week, the week before Labor Day, in the high desert of Nevada. It's not a festival. It's not something that somebody else produces and spectators come up to be entertained. We put the city on for ourselves and for each other. It is a city. It's Black Rock City. I think it's the 7th or 8th largest city in Nevada that week. So we have a U.S. post office, we have a radio station, we have a hospital, we have a FAA-approved airport, and it's 5 miles by 5 miles, so it's a big expanse of open desert. And so the public transit system for Black Rock City is a series of 800 art cars. In order to get a permit from the DMV, the Department of Mutant Vehicles, you need to affirm that you will give rides to your fellow residents. So this is accessible public transit, kind of masquerading as a floating cloud bank across the desert.
A number of us played with the cloud idea. Because we're working with such a big team, we could reach high, you know? We could dream big. Now what we have is a cloud bank that can light up and that can respond to music, that can respond to people's voices, that is mapped in such a way that we can make a sunrise happen or a sunset through the clouds or a thunderstorm.
There are 14,000 LEDs inside. These are mapped to the actual shapes of the clouds.
We started in January, doing a lot of drawings, did model making. About a 2-foot-long scale model of Fluffy and figured out how to cut the roof out, how we were going to build the decks.
We have a handicap accessible lift on this, and so we're going to be able to take people and actually do art tours.
We went to Las Vegas to buy this bus because it was the only 40-footer we could find with a wheelchair lift.
And the handrails are going to have Braille on them.
It's true to Vermont spirit. I think we're going to be contributing a great art car, contributing, just a lot of fun and joy. But we're also during the day delivering beer and at night delivering s'mores. So those are part of the gifts from Vermont. And I think just that kind of spirit that we see a lot of Vermont is the piece that I'm looking to see expanded at Burning Man.
We haven't had a gift this big before. I've been with the camp now. This has been my 3rd year, and we've had gifts that we've offered, but this one's a big one.
I think over 100 Vermonters have put their hearts and heads or hands into building this art. And I think we're going to represent Vermont really well.
I didn't love it. I don't know.
Being sensitive to the students in the room, it felt a little bit like a student project and a very good attempt. If it was an early career piece, for sure.
Yeah,
I'd
absolutely.
be like, if they were my student, I would be proud that they put together a little narrative that worked. But
maybe not for
there's
best of photojournalism.
Yeah, like there's some audio problems. There were some audio problems.
To me, it feels like a promotional video.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, we can move on.
No place for that. Okay, so then our last slated category for the day is portfolio team. Has 3 entries.
Cool.
Hey, you guys are cruising.
Is there an award for being the best room? Because we could win that.
Is
You
there an
guys
award for
already
being
have the award
both
for
the
being the best
fastest?
room because you're the
Oh.
online room.
There we go.
I'm slightly biased.
And we're slightly handicapped since
Yeah.
we, two of you didn't get any sleep last night.
Yeah. Well, and you guys started late.
Apparently it's an advantage.
An advantage, yeah, we're just
Yeah.
speeding through.
The adrenaline is
We're
still
just,
pumping.
that's just called normal journalism
Right.
protocol.
So
Sleep all night and started late.
If you guys can get through this and the individual portfolio today, tomorrow is going to be like fun. It's gonna be a breeze.
Okay.
Hey, it's been fun.
I was
Who's
like
to
the
say
torture
that?
today will be past.
We watched so
Starting
many
at
great
10.
things.
Today was fun.
And I like our team.
Here are the guidelines for this. So it's portfolio team, 4 no more, no less stories. Wait, it has to be 4, no more, no less.
Yes.
Okay. Of any topic by the same individual or same team, judged as a whole. News organizations are limited to 1 team portfolio, video portfolio, and 1 visual presentation portfolio. No limit on the number of individuals from the same news organization that may enter, but each individual is limited to 1 portfolio entry.
That's confusing. I would assume y'all did this.
So we've seen some of these before.
Yeah, we've seen all of these, haven't we? Oh, no, we didn't see the hospital one. So that one, yeah, we haven't seen that one yet.
Jack's been in the hospital for a year now. We've done all the behavioral therapy, and we've done all the medications, and we've done all the things that we're supposed to do. And it doesn't get better, it only gets worse. The people that have been through this all said, the only way to get what you need is you have to take him to the ER. You can't bring him home, you have to leave him there. Like, you have to refuse to take him home, or they won't see that there's actually a problem. Every single day I had to refuse to take him home, and I had to say, no, he's a danger to himself and others. We are going to Mary Bridge to see Jack, and it's right down the street here. When he was a baby, he hit his milestones, and he even talked. At like 18 months, he probably had 50 words, and by 2, he stopped talking. And that's when we knew there was something going on. By the time he was 4 and diagnosed, at that point we had missed out on the opportunity for any early intervention that didn't just diagnose him as autistic, but diagnosed him as severely autistic. He's always kind of had that aggressive streak to him. Being nonverbal automatically disqualifies him from almost everything. Being aggressive disqualifies him for anything and everything. The need to have one-to-one support at all times disqualifies him from everything. We were denied from every single residential facility / school for severely autistic children nationwide. Like every single one. Nothing was available to him. And that's just kind of been a pattern throughout his life where there's just nothing available. In the last couple of years, like, he's broken my rib. He's stabbed me with a fork. He's bitten me to the point of breaking skin on multiple occasions. He's given me more concussions than I can count. I can't keep getting hurt. I can't watch Jack hurt himself. We're in crisis. We need help. He's in an 8x8 room with no windows. He lays in bed. He sleeps a lot. I think that boredom is a big factor in that. And I think depression is a big factor in that. He is highly medicated. And so it's like he's not really all the way there. He doesn't really want me to stay longer than 2 minutes anymore. I can't blame him. I mean, from his perspective, I'm the one that put him there. And I'd be mad at me too. It was good. They said that his tutors just left, but he was in a really good mood. He smiled at me a couple of times. He pulled me down onto his bed and gave me a really big hug, and then he aggressively waved at me to leave. But he was definitely in a much better mood than I've seen in the last couple of weeks. We have explored every option possible. Because his needs are so great, there isn't anything. It's important for people to understand that this is happening, and that it's happening again and again. Because nobody really realizes it. They just assume, like, oh, we're in Washington, we take care of people. No, we don't. We need to, but we don't.
Sorry, just, what are the,
Just look at the entries,
yeah, what are the?
What's the first one?
I think that's the
That was
photo.
the
That's
A1.
the, okay, that's the.
Going back in time.
We
And
can
So
check
is
it out
this
if
a
you need.
team, or is this?
It's the team.
This is team,
portfolio.
okay.
Yeah.
Can we
So
go
it's
through
the
it all?
A1.
Just go ahead and click on each one so we can just, yeah.
Okay, cool.
And then what's the next one?
The
Ice
one.
one.
Ice one. And then the one,
What's the fourth one?
autism that we
Oh,
just
it's
saw,
the
and then the
boxer.
boxer.
Yes.
Okay, boxer. Okay.
Okay, should we go ahead and move to the second one then?
Yeah.
Oh,
USA Today.
we haven't seen any of these.
Interesting.
Okay, well, let's not read about them, I would say, let's go ahead and just watch through them, does that sound good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Judges?
Sounds good. Oh dear.
It is war crimes, it is crimes against humanity, and of course it is crime of aggression.
It's attacks to civilian objects, shellings. They just shoot and send air rockets to civilian objects. It's killings, mass killings, tortures, and forced disappearance, especially in the occupied territory. Ukrainians are in permanent danger of life.
Я всю жизнь прожил в городе Харкові. Я тут родився. Тому, скажімо, я в органах прокуратури працюю більше 20 років. Зараз не тільки ми, не тільки прокурори, а й інші правоохоронці, військовослужбовці столкнулися з війною вперше. Тому що з перших днів війни, щоб ви розуміли, вважали, що коли вони підійдуть до Харкова, то тут їх будуть зустрічати з квітами. Вони помилилися. У нас нет тут нацистов, националистов. Мы тут все харківчане, граждане України. Мої працівники, прокурори, працюють і на тих територіях, проводять слідчі дії на територіях, які були звільнені Збройними силами України. ситуації, в даному випадку там ракетні удари трапляються у місті Харкові та Харківській області. Одразу після цих подій прокурори разом зі слідчими та проводять відповідні слідчі дії.
Вов, де ти шукаєш? Слева, сразу, слева, крайне, я.
Ну, взрыв сумасшедший был, его не услышать. Я быстренько звонить ему, он не отвечает. Я быстро на ноги тапочки побежала, а он уже лежит. Ну, всем попалось в ногу, а Саше попало что-то куда-то с правой стороны в живот, что-то. Так все, жизнерадостный был, песни все время пел. Хороший человек. А кто может наказать россиян сейчас, скажите, пожалуйста? Его что-то никто не установит, не остановит этого Путина, понимаете?
Причем это явный факт применения запрещенного оружия даже не против воинских подразделений, а против мирного населения. Ну, некоторые подумали, что самолет, все, а после этого выброс контейнера поразил крупный, примерно толщиной палец, может быть, осколок. Ощущение сильной боли в ноге, перебита нога.
Я от вас отобрал заявление о признании вас потерпевшим в уголовном деле и занотировал себе ваши показания.
Для чого ми це робимо? Для того, щоб в порядку міжнародному встановити злочинні дії з боку керівництва, в першу чергу, Російської Федерації, щоб забезпечити відшкодування Російської Федерації за подіяних в Україні, за подіяних цивільному населенню нашої держави збитків.
We are trying to find this balance between the quality and the expectations of the society. People want to have all Russians prosecuted or all soldiers. It's very important to explain and to show even Russians that if you didn't commit war crimes here, there would be no problem for you. We would exchange you. We believe it could be a prevention measure. For us, it's also important to show that if you have committed war crimes, you would be prosecuted here and you would stay here in these Ukrainian prisons. It's difficult to explain to a normal person that if a Russian military has killed your husband or your son, who is a soldier during the fight, he can't be prosecuted. It's different standards. It's not a war crime. It's rules of war. It's difficult to understand.
Ну, перш за все, це як наші військові, і в нашу сферу компетенції входить якраз є встановлення безпосередньої причини смерті. Азовсталь, вона тим, можливо, цікава і трагічна для нас, тому що там різні випадки і різні види травм, вогнепальні в голову. Таку підвищену увагу ми звертаємо, описуємо всі зовнішні риси обличчя, наскільки це можливо, татуювання, довжина, зріст, розмір взуття, обвід голови, зуби. Але встановити, що це є насильницька смерть, зазвичай не представляло ніяких таких складностей, так як це було все видимо. Видимо, тобто вогнепальні в голову багато були і вибухова травма з ампутаціями кінцівок, розтрощенням частин тіла. Це, перш за все, не поодинокі випадки, це масовість. Коли людей розстрілюють в спину, в потилицю, зав'язані перед цим руки, там, закопують, як собак в могилах при дорозі. І вони там згорають заживо практично. То як це скажеш? Це тільки варварство. Зараз, коли ти працюєш в такому стресі, шоці, як і всі громадяни, ми ніколи не задумуємося, що буде потім. Тобто зараз у нас війна і кожен робить свою справу. Одні воюють, одні волонтерствують, одні працюють. Тобто це дуже багато, але ми справляємося.
Now it's difficult, to prioritize with the wars. It's drama for the families. All these cases are terrible, and I really believe that it would be stopped. We are losing the people.
Llegué aquí a los Estados Unidos y pienso que uno se merece una oportunidad para poder progresar en la vida, ¿me entiendes? No que te reciban de una manera como me recibieron en ese Chester, con una discriminación y un maltrato, porque todos somos iguales, debemos el mismo trato, no merecemos el mismo trato todos.
New York City already had a housing crisis before the arrival of migrants. And frankly, the resources that are richly available in New York City were not put to work to address this housing crisis. So sure, the arrival of now 20,000 migrants is going to reveal, unfortunately, just how broken the system is.
I think in this moment we were expecting the federal government to actually step up and lead, and we didn't see that here. And to be welcomed in a way where they're used as political pawns at the southern border by Governor Abbott is really horrendous. And the federal government should have stepped in and took over logistics and supporting people and asked them, where do you want to go? If they wanted to come to New York City, fine, help people get there with buses, with planes, however it was. But we didn't see that. They didn't step in to coordinate. They did not step in with a response.
Bueno, en Venezuela trabajaba con mi papá de electricidad, allá le dicen corpuele, de alta tensión. Electricidad de alta tensión, lo que se encarga de poner iluminación en el país. Mi papá trabajaba para la Corporación Eléctrica de Venezuela, pero lamentablemente mi papá fue asesinado por víctima del AMPA, lo fueron a robar y lo asesinaron, pero ya él ya tiene 10 años ya que falleció. Realmente lo que hicimos fue escapar de nuestro país porque vivíamos en hambre, vivíamos en mucha pobreza, el sueldo no nos alcanzaba para comprar comida, para comprar zapatos, para darle un buen estudio a nuestros hijos. Escapamos de la pobreza en sí realmente y sin embargo todavía nuestro país sigue en lo mismo y cada día más empeora. Fue algo que me ayudó en realidad. En primer lugar estaba como indeciso, porque sentía como miedo, no sabía a dónde me dirigía. Pero el miedo lo perdimos hace muchos años de que salimos de nuestro país. Y sin embargo, ya que comenzamos un lugar, comenzamos a avanzar, nosotros decidimos montarnos en ese autobús y ponernos en las manos de Dios. Y fue que llegamos a Washington, nos atendieron perfectamente y de Washington nos mandaron para acá a Nueva York. Duramos 27 días para llegar aquí a Estados Unidos. Sin parar, sin parar. Llegamos flaquitos, deshidratados, pero llegamos, que es lo que es importante.
We knew that buses were coming from the southern border back in the spring and summertime, but they were not coming with the frequency, anywhere close to the frequency with which they're coming now. So we were getting word from different, allied networks of activists here in the city they were coming, but because they were coming in smaller numbers, the shelter system could more easily absorb them, and then maybe local grassroots groups, community groups could help absorb the, what needs to happen in terms of food, in terms of, other forms of need. When this got politicized by Governor Abbott, that's when everything hit the fan. So then as he's going on to media, saying that he's doing this purposefully, he's purposely going to be sending buses to sanctuary cities like New York City, that's when everything, increased astronomically. So the first buses that we personally intercepted were August 6th. And then from that, it might be like 2 buses a day, 3 buses a day, a few days a week, to then it being like 8 buses, 9 buses a day. And even within our work and the wider mutual aid collective work, there was a recognition that we also needed to be at the shelters, right? They could be there for 10 hours, 12 hours, 15 hours, 20 hours, waiting to get to shelter. So that became a different place that we could, sort of meet more comfortably, talk with folks, organize with them, talk about their rights, and inform them. And in many cases, they hadn't had basic needs met for days, if not weeks. So it became a different point where we could also triage and say, it sounds like you need urgent medical care, right? It sounds like we need to make sure that you're reunited with your family. So now we're everywhere. It's 2 couples that they just arrived 2 hours ago, and the concern is that they're going to try to separate them again because they don't have a domestic partnership agreement. I can make the point. What we're very concerned about is this exploding into a very, very difficult humanitarian crisis, because so many New Yorkers, period, whether you got here recently or whether you've been here, simply don't have stabilized housing. And without that, it's very hard to stabilize everything else economically, right? Work, school, anything else that would be part of, you being able to participate more fully here. And every person that we talk to, the first thing they tell us is, I want to work. Right? Nobody's here saying, man, I hope that I get benefits. Like, the first thing everyone asks us when they arrive is, how can I get a job? How can I work? Where can I go, sign up to do this? So I think that it's a misconception if people think that folks are coming here and they're going to engage in like all of these additional benefits. And like this, it's not coming from on high if that's where you think it's coming from. It's coming from regular people, right? That we're emptying our pockets and we're on the ground every day, and we're doing this because these are our new neighbors. And we want to make sure, right, that we're protecting our city. But it's regular people that are the vast majority of the folks that are doing this labor.
The one difference with this recent increase in asylum seekers coming to New York City is that they actually don't have a connection here. They don't have a family or a friend or community connection. So the only place for them to go is our New York City shelter system, which has created another crisis of unhoused people within the city of New York. Back in 2014 and 2015, we saw an increase in unaccompanied minors coming to New York City. The federal government coordinated that. It was easy to absorb 10,000 people at that time into the services that were created, even though there were additional ones that were put online, right? I think that sometimes people have very short-term memory in how we've responded to other situations with the increase of migrants and asylum seekers getting here. We've always done it. Like, New York City has consistently shown up to meet the moment. And the only difference here is the lack of federal coordination and not having a community connection in this moment.
You bring people to our doorstep, we're going to take care of them, right? And if you bring people to us, we're going to train them, we're going to support them, and we're going to grow the nature of what it is that we do, right? You're going to grow the outrage around the lack of affordable housing. You're going to grow the outrage about not taking care of social services with your funding priorities. And eventually, you're going to give us a lot more voters.
Nos sentíamos mal, pero a la vez nos sentíamos bien porque habíamos llegado aquí, pues, era un logro. Sin embargo, ese gobernador que no nos quería, a pesar de que no nos quería ya, nosotros decidíamos avanzar. Y a pesar de todo, contentos porque queríamos trabajar, deseamos trabajar en este país porque hay muchas oportunidades en este país.
We told the kids that we're going to a winter camp. We lied.
Я чувствовала немножко печаль, потому что мои родители остались в Украине.
To me, it's very hard because I all the time think like what's happening in my city and what's happening with my family. I want to take my guitar or something more, but I can't take this.
Ну, в принципе, все, что нужно, я взяла. Ну, одежду, телефон. Очень печально, что я оставила там своего любимого мишку. Да, я с ним когда сплю.
One girl told me, I packed for 2 weeks and it's been a month. That's weighing on them really heavily. It's hard to know when is this going to end.
A girl just came over to us before and was talking about how she's having suicidal thoughts. We think that they have smiles on their faces and we're like, okay, at least she's doing okay. At least she's doing okay. We realize they're all crying inside all the time.
Это состояние очень туманное, вот, и не очень сильно понятное, потому что если я как-то сижу и задумалась о войне, то это очень печально, у меня начинают слезы идти, вот, их никак не удержать.
I'm trying to fill up the kids' day. One of the reasons they shouldn't have time to think about it.
A lot of them are scrolling the news. They have these group chats that, every time there's a new bomb in a city, they say, oh, look. Why? Why do you torture yourselves?
The older kids, they have phones, they have news, they see it. With them, the work is much harder. With them, you need to talk to them much more.
Ну, я стараюсь меньше смотреть новости, потому что мне и так тяжело немножко, вот. И даже когда я вижу там, даже в ТикТоке сейчас есть всякие мемы очень смешные про Путина, Зеленского, и это очень смешно. Я не сильно смотрю всякие серьезные новости.
We do see that a lot of them are slowly dropping out and staying in bed all day on their phones, and it's a clear sign of depression.
I still study in my school through Zoom, in Zoom. I do my best to help all these children. They don't think about the war.
They didn't understand that it's so dangerous to stay here.
Всегда так шумно, и мы всегда жаловались. Боже, так хотелось тишина, теперь все говорят, мы имели такую радость, а сейчас горе. Плачут люди.
Of course I worry a lot of time because it's like mom, dad, like all my family.
You're waiting when I can come back. Every morning when you wake up and you see that it was alarm in Odessa and something bombed in Odessa, it's like, oh.
I don't know when this is happening. I really won't go because like a lot of my family live in Ukraine now, and I really want to come back and meet, like speak and together.
Financial issues, marital issues, getting ready to retire. Just it's like all the pressure in the world just fell down on me. Soldiers sit there and tell you, hey, so I try to go get help and there's nobody there to help me. Just last week, it affected me pretty bad, and trying to go get help for that, it was a little interesting, being told to come back like a month later. So I understand what the soldiers are going through now. My understanding, we only have one provider for the whole brigade. The lack of providers and people not wanting to come up to be providers for us. I think that's the biggest thing that is hindering the soldiers here in Alaska. being a platoon sergeant, you're supposed to be the strong person in that platoon. Soldiers are supposed to look up at you. You're not supposed to have issues. But being a stronger leader is actually going to BH and getting help. And I'm starting to see it. I really am.
Do you just need to pause for a second? There's one more set 4.
Which, let's just look and see.
Okay. But I don't want to speak for the people who.
Oh, sorry, we're just.
No,
I'm
you
starting
guys
to
should
lag.
really make the decision.
No.
No, we can watch them.
You're
Yeah,
good?
let's
Okay.
watch them, yeah.
The ones we haven't
I just
watched
needed
out
a
of
mini
these.
break before we finish.
That'll be all right.
Okay. Let's see.
We watched that one.
So what's the first one? Click on that, will you?
Is that the
Uranium? I think
right?
that's
Yeah, I think it's
Can you just
uranium. Yeah.
Yeah, sunrise.
Don't do what?
Yeah.
So uranium. And then what is that, cheerleading?
Oh, that's the voting one in Georgia.
Georgia. And have you seen these next
I
two
don't
or
think
no?
I don't remember seeing that green one.
Are there descriptions?
Oh.
Doroza Krakowa, doroza Popanga Wolga. So dacă mă săcăi de masă de sală, oare de doroza și de zdewa, da, ola de nas. E Gaguk. Oai la sună foarte unde să-i auzi de bandă rău.
هما غاكو كنا والوار نور مكوي دي مكرمة زخمية شيدان هم سوي دي مخي
إطلاعات غلط.
Is there two?
Yeah, there's one more.
Huh. Interesting.
As a father to 2 young boys, it's really bad to have them play outside, especially with their uranium just right up the road.
Since back in the 80s, my late uncle has been fighting against uranium mills. In the 90s, he had passed, and we decided that we needed to step up to continue on his fight until we closed the mill. The smoke used to come out of the stack, and it would blow our direction. And so I started just realizing that our people here in our community were starting to have a little bit of health issues.
It's very dangerous just so close to a native community. I know the tribe here, they're struggling a lot.
Up that way used to be nice and green. In springtime, I used to get native tea, and we used to have a lot of paradox, and we used to have rabbits too. There's nothing now, it's all gone.
Okay.
Sort of have to recuse myself from the Seattle Times stuff.
Yeah.
But it might be useful to like feel like what do we judging based on like, because you know, like in terms of the portfolio, is it like a diversity of stories or like, you know, like
Strength of editing.
Right. So.
because some of them I feel like have like something weak or like maybe just very different, and like and how do you factor that in? You know?
Yeah, because some of them are local and some of them are kind of.
There's no criteria in the description. It just says 4 stories of any topic by the same team to be judged as a whole.
Right.
And then some limitations, but there's.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the USA Today one first, if.
Sure, because we haven't talked about any of those.
We haven't talked about any of those. These are new for us. I mean, this is definitely the most like national. It's. I mean, to me, this is like, kind of the most portfolio, like a diverse portfolio of different stories, which is kind of what I expected for this category.
There's 2 Ukrainian stories.
2 Ukraine stories, but they're pretty different. There's, you know.
One was children, Jewish children, right? One was war crimes.
I feel like the kind of asylum seeker story was just like not a portfolio piece. I don't know.
Yeah.
It was just kind of
That's
like
a
a
nice
long
scene, yeah.
explainer.
It was very long. It was too long.
And I wasn't sure like what I felt like kind of lost in a lot of it.
And alternatively, the veteran story was extremely short. It wasn't even like really a full story.
Yeah.
Like it did, like the other 2 stories felt, or the other 3 stories felt more complete, and the veteran story just felt kind of like a vignette. I mean, the filming in those pieces were really good.
The Venezuelan ones,
Yeah, the filming was really well done, and I feel like the editing was, you know, like sound was good, like the technical quality was high. The Ukraine war crimes one, I mean, I don't know. It was very gory in a way that like kind of made me question like who's the audience here that could stomach this, you know, like where would we show this?
Was there a trigger warning?
Was there a content warning?
There was. Okay. That's good.
I totally missed the trigger warning.
Yeah.
I did too, yeah.
It was short.
It was very hard. Oh, sorry. It was extremely hard to watch. That being said,
it's sort of about war crimes.
Yeah, it's about war crimes, and it reminded me actually a lot of like documentaries that were filmed during the Holocaust and then shown to the public afterwards, and are still shown today. That as proof.
Yeah.
And from that perspective, I think it's important. It's weird to be judging it as part of a portfolio in that sense. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like it's actually really important documentation of horrible things that are happening right now.
Yeah.
And I did think that getting the prosecutor who's like explaining, was it the prosecutor who's doing that? Explaining the distinction between what is acceptable death and what isn't was
really useful.
Also useful context. So again, I don't know if it's appropriate for the audience of this publication, but as a piece to memorialize this moment in history, it felt pretty important.
Yeah, and it was interesting how they had like the investigator, like, you know, they're actively investigating this stuff right now, and that was, I think, you know, if you care about Ukrainian, you know, war crimes being actively committed right now, you know, the fact that they are investigating it is really important.
They also had like the personal. They interviewed the woman who lost her husband, so they kind of had some different elements in there.
Yeah, it was a very complete story.
I think I just felt like at a certain point they could have blurred some things, like, but again, at the same time, there's value in seeing it, but then if you detract from your audience because it's too hard to see, like,
you can't watch it because it's so,
every publication has their own standards on when they blur things or when they just like give you a graphic warning and let you choose if you want to watch it or not. So I'm not sure if they crossed that line or if it was just like I wasn't ready for it because I missed the graphic warning sign.
Yeah.
I don't know that like a publication. Well, I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
It's like very context specific, whether.
True. Yeah. I mean, it's a story about it.
The ProPublica one was kind of a head scratcher because I didn't really understand the animated one. Because that wasn't really full story.
Yeah.
So like, how did it fit in with the portfolio?
Yeah. I assume in the pack, it must have been part of a package. Like,
yeah.
probably more animations, but yeah.
It was
within a
so
portfolio.
specific that it really didn't make sense on like as a standalone.
Yeah.
I could see maybe they were like showing like, oh, we're also doing these animations in our work. Because we haven't really
that's
like,
true. That's
judged
true.
any animations yet. We've
That's
seen a
true.
little bit of them, but yeah. So.
It was interesting to me that the person who's telling the story versus the visual that we're seeing through the lens of the soldier. I like that, but I agree with you that it's not a complete story because by the time I'm like, oh, okay, I'm engaging in it.
It was over. Yeah, it really did like pique my interest, but then it was like, wait a minute, like it's done. I also thought that it weakened their entry to enter the second uranium one when it was not nearly as, it wasn't complete, it was kind of just scenes. It would have been nice to just see another story in there instead of, because the uranium story and the Georgia story, you know, great entries in a portfolio category, but the other two, just head scratchers. I mean, I'm sure that maybe they entered them in the single categories and they didn't make the cut, but yeah, it was just.
I agree. I mean, the last piece just so clearly felt like part of a larger experience that we weren't seeing. Like maybe tomorrow, we are going to be seeing.
We are going to be seeing the project pages tomorrow.
So individual portfolios, or
we're going to see the project pages tomorrow.
Pages, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like on a project page, that would make like a ton of sense to me. But I just as a standalone piece to show what your video team can do, it's both that one and the animation project felt a little odd. Though I thought technically they were both really nice, so I don't know, but I just don't really have a sense of like the broader, I don't know, vision.
And maybe just like coming from a stills background, when I put together my portfolio, it should be images that can stand alone and stand together, you know, whereas when you're putting something in there that can't really stand alone, then it weakens the group.
And this category should be something that is, I don't know, like have some connection to the artist somehow.
I don't think
content-wise they don't need to relate. No.
I don't think it has to.
I think it's more like the team's like best work of the year, right?
Yeah.
Cross section.
In
like
some ways, I mean.
The 4 pieces that kind of represent your team the best.
And probably, I imagine, some thought of like a diversity of entries, right?
I would think so,
like you
yeah.
would in stills or something, like you wouldn't.
That's how I would do it with stills, yeah.
Do like your 4 best portraits of you. Yeah.
There was one new video story in the Seattle Times entry that we hadn't seen on the hospital story.
Yeah, that was just very upsetting.
I really like the close-up shot when the mother blames herself, and the camera just like lingers there. And she's like starting to cry. I think that's like a good use of like pause, because she was just telling like a really heavy story. It was like a good enough pause for the story to sit even more. Yeah, I think this is a good one.
That was though another piece where, while it did stand alone, I'm sure that that came with like a large print component. Not that that's disqualifying in any way, but like it was obvious that there was more context that we were missing.
I was curious to hear from you guys about that, because I have that context. I know the context in which it ran, and I was wondering what your, I was just wondering, like, is it confusing seeing it outside of the context? Because I could see how it could be.
I think because it focused so much on one family's story and just like two people, it was okay, but I still don't really have a sense of what the larger problem is. Like, I know from the end of the piece and like the hint at the beginning of the piece that like there is a problem in the state of Washington with like how to care for autistic people who are dangerous to themselves and others. Exactly what the scope of that problem is or why it's such a problem, I still don't know. I mean, I think it was redeemed by the fact that we weren't trying to, this piece was not doing a ton of heavy lifting in terms of like bringing in multiple sources and that sort of thing. Like we were focused on one person's story. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's really tough with the online stuff because, you know, in the TV categories, you know, the video is really meant to stand alone. You can watch it on its own, and then a lot of these are created to go as components in larger packages, and so it just creates challenges for us. Well, I was really impressed with the USA Today package. A lot of those I felt like there was a lot of really good filming. I felt like there was a lot of really good editing, a lot of really strong storytelling, and just like really important stories. So I was really impressed with the USA Today package since we hadn't seen a lot of those. The Seattle Times package, you know, I know that I'm close to it, but, you know, those stories are much softer than the hard news that we get with USA Today, so it's just a totally different.
I mean, we obviously like those stories. We've already awarded them multiple times. But yeah, I mean, they're much less, well, I don't want to say difficult, because it was difficult to make them. It's difficult to make any piece. But
I would say they do, like, if you think about, like, try to think about each place's audience, because it's kind of hard to, like, compare, like, resources of USA Today, who, like, as far as I know, Seattle Times did not send anyone to Ukraine. No. And so, like, they didn't send anybody to Afghanistan, but they did, like, have a story about, like, an Afghan refugee. And so it's kind of like,
a national issue.
they're, like, localizing some of those issues. And so, in ProPublica, you know, they're very investigative heavy, so, like, their stories are gonna probably have even more, like, visual challenges because they're, like, so focused on, like, that. And so trying to think about their, you know, how they're serving their audiences too is also maybe important.
I think that these ones definitely do, when you think about like each publication. Like I think that these very much do serve the mission of each publication.
Certainly.
Would it be fair to say that you all want to table the last group? The Double Uranium, Georgia, animation, or are we just thinking that's at the back?
You know, it's tough because I feel like the animation and the second uranium story really did weaken the entry overall. Because I would have really liked to just see more complete, like, it just feels like an incomplete portfolio to me.
I feel that way about the military suicide with USA Today.
Yeah.
Like it felt kind of like we need to meet that fourth requirement.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm sure that package as a whole is really good. Like, it gave, I wanted to learn more.
Yeah, and the footage was stunning. I mean,
Yeah.
really hard to get access and candid interview like that from an active military base.
And it looks like he's the leader of the group too, right?
A platoon, yeah.
We didn't read what came with those, but there was a piece of information. Did you all read what was on the side for that last one?
Mm-hmm.
You may. It's the first preference. He was the interview.
You just feel like why is this not in the?
I
felt pretty lost watching the video, like, because it felt
Yeah.
like he was like dancing around the subject, you know.
Yeah.
And even adding it in text might have been useful.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a strong description.
Right,
Yeah.
and it wasn't part of the video, which I don't
Yeah.
think we pull the descriptions into the judging process, so.
Well, but a lot of
particularly-
times when they're presented online, you know, you'll have
That's
the
the caption.
description at the bottom of the video, and it you know, it's going to influence how you take in the information when you're watching it.
So we should take this into account.
It's
I
part of the
kinda-
entry.
I guess I feel like it's sort of like how I feel about the cheerleading one we saw, where the description had like kind of a more of a backstory than we actually saw in the film, and so
Mhm.
it's sort of like if you don't deliver, I mean,
Right. It
in the
wasn't in
visual,
there.
it's good to have the backstory, but like
Yeah.
if
But
it's
it
not
wasn't
delivered
part.
into the video, then is it actually like hindering it? Like, is it better not to know that if you didn't deliver that to your audience? I don't know.
I guess, like, just only to play the devil's advocate, not again because I feel super strongly about this, but like, would that video ever just stand alone? Like, is there a world where somebody would watch that without additional context? I'm not sure.
Good question.
And like, maybe actually, like, it is
Yeah.
possible, right?
On a YouTube algorithm.
Yeah. Or TikTok algorithm or
Right.
whatever, these, you know, this stuff all gets repurposed nowadays and
Yeah.
gets put out on social media.
Yeah. I suppose it just didn't feel like it felt like a portfolio piece.
Yeah, I
At
No,
the
it
end of the day, like, and it's understandable, like,
Yeah.
you know, not
It
all your,
weakens-
even if you get good access,
I
again, it's
agree,
gonna be in your
weakens the
portfolio.
package.
Missions and entries. But it is, but it's hard because the USA Today package has that, you know, has very hard news stories in it,
Yeah.
and judging it against the Seattle Times stuff, like, it's a lot more featurey.
Like, overall, I think that the actual filmmaking of the Seattle Times pieces is strongest. I don't know about the reporting part of it. Like, I think that some of these other pieces were just inherently a little more complex to
Mhm.
report. They involve a lot more characters.
Mhm.
It's not like a single source, like, profile.
Mhm.
And so they're more complicated to put together.
Mhm.
And
They're more topical.
and they're more topical. And so, you know, there's things that I'm potentially willing to forgive in the other
Mhm.
pieces that
Yeah.
like, you know, if you just show, if this is just on like the beauty of the piece, like Seattle Times wins
Mhm.
for me, but
it's easier
it's-
to make beautiful pieces when it's not super hard news.
exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
here.
You have to kind of grade it on a curve.
Right. And each one of those pieces only had one interview subject in the Seattle Times.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
I guess I don't see that as a, like, generally for, like, even for, you know, I guess I don't know about the uranium had 2 people, but I guess I don't see that as a flaw. Like, for me, like, the asylum seekers one just felt very, like, all over the place. Like, they shot it well.
Yeah.
They covered, but, like, I didn't know who to care about. And then, like, part of me is like, would that have been a better story if you had just focused on a character?
Sure, I mean,
Yeah.
that
You know,
totally makes sense.
Yeah. But to your, I guess, point about Seattle Times, theirs are all approached in one way.
That's all I mean. I'm just saying, as a portfolio, it doesn't show like the breadth of approach in that way.
True. Yeah.
Which some of the others, at least, it's like the uranium story is a little profile. Sure, there's 2 people, but like it's like very contained. You know, it feels a lot more similar to the Seattle Times stories. And then there's also, you know, I mean, there was a lot going on there, but yeah.
Yeah, for me, the USA Today, as like a portfolio, it touches on the war, right? And it looks at the refugee, the war in Ukraine, and then the soldier in the U.S. military. So it has like a different perspective of everyone's getting affected. So yeah, can I rank?
Yeah, absolutely, please.
Yeah.
Me, I would go for the USA Today. This is
As first.
As one.
Yeah.
No, I'm thinking. I mean, I totally get why you say that. Like, I absolutely get why you're saying that.
I think it's really hard for me to have any say in this.
Yeah, it's all right.
We
Because
understand.
it's like hard to separate or to feel like I could recuse myself. Or I see.
We're gonna make you work really hard tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the plan.
Assuming that the Seattle Times doesn't.
I have a feeling there's gonna be more.
There's gonna be
there's only gonna be more. Yeah.
I mean, and I do. I really like. I mean, the uranium piece is beautiful. The vote in Georgia one was like also like well done and nice. And then I don't know. So it's really ProPublica is doing great work. It's hard. They're all like quite different.
Like, it's actually interesting because I feel like I learned the most, like I learned like a breadth of things from the USA Today portfolio, but I didn't find any of those pieces as like technically, I don't know, like as technically like precise as some of the other ones. So it's a little difficult.
But isn't that like what you get when you with hard news though?
Yeah, I mean maybe
because
it
you're
is,
kind of
yeah.
just like having to roll with the moment.
Yeah.
And you can't have it be perfect.
For sure.
And when you're doing like softer news pieces, like what we see in the Seattle portfolio, it's a lot easier to get really technically beautiful stuff because you're not, you know, dodging bombs.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
It's a very good point.
I don't know. I mean, I know that you know, being close to this, I still do think that, like, for me, hard news kind of wins over because, I learned a lot from these pieces. I felt like the USA Today pieces, they, you know, the situations were very, very difficult in which these stories were made, and I feel like they came out with some really important work.
I agree. I'm happy to put that first.
Okay, so USA Today, then Seattle Times, and then what do we want to do with ProPublica?
I'm good with a third, if, but what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we liked both the uranium and
Oh,
the
no,
voting
those
piece,
stories
and I
are
actually
great.
thought the animation was gorgeous. I just don't know what that piece was about.
Yeah, same.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, exactly. Do you guys feel good about this?
I feel good about that, yeah.
Did you lock it in, Amanda? Okay, so just a couple facts for your brains. There is a group picture at 5:30. So I don't know that you can leave even if you wanted to, but I'm not in charge of your comings and goings. If you would like to go ahead, the individual online video portfolio only has 2 entries.
Oh, should we knock
So
it
we
out?
could knock that out between now and 5:30 and then be a step ahead for tomorrow.
And one of them's the pro beluga of the thing again, which I don't understand how that works. Are they allowed to be in the individual entity?
It's all the same 4?
I think one of them is different. I don't know what the rules are exactly, but 3 of them are the same.
Goodness and
Can we
mercy,
look-
can you open that up?
Yeah, can we look?
Yeah.
The individual?
Okay.
I'm just getting confused.
I guess, yeah.
Or 2 that.
Well, there's 2 that made it through.
3 judges were harsh, huh?
Yeah.
Corinne was a pre-judge, so, and you're,
Yeah, the bottom one.
the other one,
I don't know how
Julian.
many they had.
Okay, so it's Chicago. Oh, it's the anime. What's the first one?
Did they make the
Is that
animation?
uranium again? Mexico. Oh, that's what I'm saying. Okay.
Wait,
That's
no.
another-
It looks different.
This
doesn't
is
it?
different.
That's probably another video from the same.
We've been exposed to the radon off of this pile for many, many years. Underneath, there's a contaminated lake. The contamination that was deposited after all those years of mining and milling has been slowly underground, working its way into the Milan area.
So this is individual,
EPA.
right? There was 2
Ed
people,
on there as
Ed
well.
U was on there too, yeah. And I just wanna,
follow
can we
that
just
night.
look and see what the credits are on the other one, because it should be all by the same is it all Mauricio?
If you could just click on one of the other ones.
Well, they're always on the.
So that's.
Mauricio's on there. Mauricio.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mauricio. But what,
We don't have credits on that one, but I guess we would assume.
Assume that they made it.
I don't know how something can be in the team and the individual at that rate.
Well, I guess
I
like.
know, yeah,
doesn't make
that's what I'm
sense,
saying,
yeah.
I
that's what
mean,
I'm saying.
If he made most of it, but they have one different, like he might not have made that other uranium one.
I kind of, I don't know about this.
Well,
I don't think you're
according to-
supposed to be able to win
No.
both individual and team.
I can bring our boss friend back in, but AJ did say that if we rank it in something else, it's not
It's
gonna
out.
double count, and so like it almost disqualifies itself from even.
But it's
being
technically
here.
a different entry.
It
'cause
is, yeah.
It's 2 different pieces, or one different piece. Well, it's 2 different pieces from the other portfolio piece, right?
Right, it's 2
Right.
different pieces from the other portfolio piece.
So it's not the same entry.
Okay.
So
But that also doesn't make sense, because wasn't it the same filmmaker who did the voting piece? And then he didn't include it here?
they didn't include it. No, that's
No,
in-
it's there.
It's there.
That's
Oh,
the
it is
Chicago
there.
one.
So it's
I mean, not
uranium
Chicago,
voting,
Georgia.
and then a
I'm from
different
Chicago.
uranium one that has a different, and then we assume that he
Okay.
made the animation too.
Manny, can you real quick go to the other portfolio just to see if there's the same problem? Oh, these are all new things?
Oh wow.
They're all strangers.
Yikes.
Okay, well, if y'all want to start looking at this one, I can talk to AJ about this other thing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, and we can take a break. That's also
That
legit.
sounds great.
We have enough time.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's just like the other one's just slightly different, and Mauricio seems to be their main person.
Mhm.
So the individual one's mostly his work, I would assume.
We can just take it as is if we feel comfortable with that. I just think perhaps the submission thing needs to be a little bit more specific, perhaps, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think in the past, there has been like teams where they've won as a team, and then there's been individuals who've also won, so I don't,
I know, like
necessarily
Lauren's
think
done
somebody
that.
did
Lauren and
one.
Corinne have done
Yeah,
that.
Lauren and Corinne, I think, have
Like
done
they
that.
have a lot of work together with the Seattle Times, but then they each enter
Enter their
individual with the work
individual
that they've
stuff.
done almost
Yeah.
all by themselves. If
It
that
just
makes sense.
doesn't make sense that like, anything that was submitted as like a standalone individual video. I'm less worried about the portfolio versus like publication. Maybe I'm just being silly here. I guess I was thinking that the team in this case could be a collection of different people's work, even if they all were the sole producer on it.
Yeah,
But
it could be.
we also saw a number of these pieces as like individual, in like the individual submission category. And so I don't understand then how.
Are they individual pieces or team pieces?
Are they individual pieces or team pieces?
Yes.
Isn't the team like staff?
Yeah, so
like it
that's
could be
what-
like 5 or 4 different people each piece was
Totally
completely work on
separately.
somebody, and then
Yeah.
this is sort of like
Okay.
an individual's portfolio work.
Yeah,
That's
I
how I
guess
would
so.
read it.
I guess that makes sense.
Like, which would kind of inherently create some overlap.
Yeah.
Right.
I think it works.
I think that
as long
makes
as,
sense.
Okay.
assuming, I mean, we don't have credits on the, not that we should have credits, because it's probably
You
better
are
not
all
to
the
know anybody.
Yeah,
So,
but
more of you make the law.
Yeah, I checked the credits on the 4th ProPublica video, that was in their team category, and Mauricio is not on the credits, so.
there's like no credits, or
Well, there are credits, he's not on them,
for the team.
for the team,
Alright.
so,
That's not the animation one, right?
no,
Oh, okay.
it's the other European one.
Got it.
The uranium number 6. They were able to spin a lot of content off of that, though.
Interesting. What are these?
Well, it ultimately is up to you if you all want to try to. Oh, hey, AJ.
Min sent you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think we got to the bottom of it.
Okay.
But, right? Are we feeling okay, or no? Or are we just tired of
I don't know, we might just be tired.
That's possible.
The
Towards the end of your
short
day.
scenario is we're in the individual portfolios, and one of the individual portfolios is basically a bunch of stuff from team portfolios, or some of the elements are from team portfolio pieces. So it just seems.
It's like 3 of the 4 elements are the
Oh, okay.
Which is, if that's legit, then we're.
That I actually don't think there's any language in our rules that
prohibits
that.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a team portfolio that like a news organization cannot have more than one team portfolio. And we do not allow, other than portfolios, like something can be submitted as an individual video and can be part of a portfolio, but it can't be submitted in multiple places. But we don't have anything that specifically says your team portfolio and your individual portfolio can't have any overlap.
Okay.
So
I think that makes sense.
yeah,
Okay.
so I think this is like an edge case, but
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
seems fine.
I'm gonna stretch it too while we have
Yeah.
a little moment.
So it's in.
We're fine.
We're
okay.
Yeah.
That's, so we have seen all the videos in the second individual portfolio then?
No, we missed one
Well,
of
that
them.
that uranium number 3.
Yeah, uranium number 3.
Okay.
The same drone shots.
Just trying to.
I guess the only
track.
question is if you feel like the videos in the individual portfolio are more, since they were entered in, since some of them were entered in team, do they meet the requirements of team videos? Like, do they fit the individual portfolio? Were they created by just?
But that's what we don't know.
Well-
because the credits have lots of people in them.
Does team video though, does the publications, sorry, what is the category called? Team portfolio
And individual
video
portfolio.
team? Because the team ones, many of those team ones were by a single person, we are led to believe.
Gotcha, but their team is each person's individual stories, right? Like, their team is made up of a bunch of people who are solo producers.
As far as we know, I
Yeah.
mean, we don't totally know, but those videos were in the individual categories, you know what I mean? So.
So, wait, videos were,
Let me go back,
I think
actually.
I'm missing the
Yeah, and
distinction that you're making.
So, we just gave third place in team video
Mhm.
to that second portfolio, essentially.
Mhm.
It's, one is different, the other ones are the same, and this is individual.
Gotcha, so almost all of the same videos are also in team portfolio.
Mm-hmm. 3 of the 4.
Is it 3 or 2?
It's
Go.
3, it has the, one of the uranium ones, the voting one, and the animation is in that portfolio.
Yep. It's just
Did
the
it-
third
did it-
uranium that we haven't seen before yet.
Oh, there's that
Did the
other
team
uranium.
portfolio
This has a
place
different
well
uranium.
in team?
It placed 3.
It took third place.
Yeah.
3 of 3.
3 of 3.
Yeah.
And so in this category, you're wondering if it would be first in this category, or
We
would it
haven't
second?
watched it yet, we were just wondering why everything is both in team and individual.
Yeah, this is a strange case that we have not encountered before. It seems like the person who put together the individual portfolio, this is tough.
We thought we were just tired.
It seems like they just have like one person doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But they also occasionally have a team, right?
Yeah.
Is that like
Is there a
Like,
significant
again.
difference between the credits on the video that is in the team category versus
They're the same videos.
all 4 are
No,
the same?
3 of the 4.
That's
3 of the
what
4
I'm
are the
asking
same.
about, the one that is
Oh.
not the same.
These are the credits on the one that is
Not the same.
Not the same, this is the one that's only in
ironically also
team
has a
one.
second shooter in it?
Okay.
So, I don't know if
We
we
get
can
the
maybe pull up
SAT
one of the individual
Yeah.
ones just so we can see the different
Two
credits.
credits.
Where,
Oh,
what,
boy.
where, what, the original uranium
Maybe we should just watch
one,
the other
which
portfolio,
section
see if
did
it's
that fall in?
Yeah. I know.
Original uraniums?
Yes.
Can you just tab me through
It
each of
was
these,
in
because it looks
user
like
issue
the poster
individual.
image is the credits.
That's where we gave it second place.
And,
After
and
the-
sorry, and I'm looking at individual right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the
Credits,
first one,
then the art
move to the next. Okay, next one,
Mm-hmm.
okay, next one. Can we just jump ahead to the end so we can see the credit slide?
I don't know if there are credits.
Yeah, I don't think they're in this one.
Oh, yeah, because this is animation. And this person gave themselves an animation credit on one of the other pieces, which is probably why, even though they weren't
Mm-hmm.
the lead cinematographer on it, they probably did all the animation.
Right.
It seems like this is that rare edge case of someone in a large organization who's doing
The bulk of
the
the work.
bulk of the work
Mhm.
in these pieces. If after you review both portfolios, you all feel like one of them is very much in the spirit of a backpack journalist who's doing everything themselves and the other is much more of a team, you are free to just award a first place or to give no places in this one.
Mm.
Yeah. I would say that the spirit of the competition, this feels like it does fit into the spirit of that on a first blush on those credits.
Okay.
But ultimately, it's up to the 4 of you. That's why we bring in really smart judges in.
Alright.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't come in and be like, definitively, this is the answer.
Oh, well, but that would
it's
be
helpful.
kind of
Yeah.
messed up if there was more definitive.
Should we watch all
Yeah,
the
let's
other
watch
ones?
those other ones.
Ones seemingly haven't seen
Can we
maybe?
finish off the last uranium one
Oh.
first?
Did we not?
Uranium number
3.
3. This is uranium 3.
Uranium 3, and it's short.
We've been exposed to the radon out of this pile for many, many years. Underneath, there's a contaminated lake. The contamination that was deposited after all those years of mining and milling has been slowly underground, working its way into the Milan area. EPA knows this. They showed it to us in public meetings. We decided to get organized and formed a little community group. We wrote to presidents, we wrote to senators, we wrote to representatives. We let them know what was happening. And they just basically blew us off like we were nothing. All of these fields were beautiful. The mountains all around, and everybody knew everybody. Homestake bought our house, they bought Mom's house. They've bought all the property down to the end of this road. I think that the buyouts, they'll probably walk away from cleaning this up at all. This is a really nice community that just got destroyed. It was lovely. It was lovely. It was where I thought I would always live, but
I feel like that one was much better than the other one.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So right now we're gonna visit bunker. You will observe enemy area. You can see enemy, but I'm not sure. Right now is rain. Be quiet. Також вже війна, можна так сказати, оголосили війну. Хто допоможе і дякуємо, хто допоможе військовим. My name is Alexander, nickname Witcher, so I'm battalion commander. Ну, якби поки що хочу залишатись тільки з своїм першим ім'ям і своїм позивним. Особиста безпека. Солдати займаються бойовим чергуванням. Тил прикриває, щоб ніхто не зайшов. Поламав? Противнику, да. Противник також проводить повсякденну діяльність. На провокації ми не відповідаємо, відповідно, тільки вивчаємо їх. I'm pretty sure small number of enemy soldiers local from this area right now in trench. Mostly Russian volunteers who like just drink vodka and fight, shoot. А друге питання, сьогодні старшина прийде і старшина перевірить, доповість, що пожежний щит з замерзшою водою ви багато натушите? Чи будете бити? Добре. Все. Так все нормально. Пошли прогуляємося до тебе туди. Кар'єр, щоб побачити. Чим більше вони цих обстрілів виконують, тим легше нам потім буде вже, коли, якщо наступить, як то кажеться, час ще. Але ми розуміємо, що ми на даний момент не є в якомусь військово-політичному блоці. Наш захист – це наша робота. Брякни на базу, скажи, щоб на 14:00 обід гарячий був на нас всіх. Ну, там, в їдальні. Після перших обстрілів з території Російської Федерації, артилерійських обстрілів, ми не могли повірити в це, що в нас колись розпочнеться війна з Росією. І всі ці події, ті, що відбувалися, також не могли все те повірити. Ну, це перші обстріли, перші поранення, перші події, це було, як здавалося, страшним сном, а зараз реальністю. Найскладніше – це втрачати солдат. Все решта можна поправити, все решта можна удосконалити, змінити. Ну, коли втрачаєш воїна, це неповоротні втрати. Це досить тяжко.
Ми розуміємо, наскільки це дивно виглядає стосовно НАТО.
В наших умовах, так скажемо, існування досить велике психологічне навантаження. Навіть якщо немає бойових дій і обстрілів, це постійне чергування, постійна пильність, з часом щось починає вражати, мерещиться. Ось, щось бачиш не те, починаєш від кожного шороху насторожуватись і все решта. І у людини може бути зрив, може бути, навіть може довести до суїциду. Ну, це достатньо велике напруження.
Розписання рейсу на Америку. Саме інтересне.
Для мене це дитинство, колись на старих приставках, коли були Сюбор, там ці всі решта, Mortal Kombat, це класика. Десь там раз, 10 хвилин пограв, да, і під час гри, як є якесь, можливо, складне рішення не бойового плану, а десь, можливо, дисциплінарного чи звичайного повсякденного робочого плану, і ти собі обдумуєш себе, і воно з часом приходить в голову. Не завантажуєшся на конкретному. Ну, перш за все, у кожного військовослужбовця, незалежно це чоловік чи жінка в Збройних силах, основна мотивація – це є сім'я, де ніхто не хоче, щоб нами керували узурпатори, диктатори і все решта. У нас тяжкий шлях до демократії, але ми крок за кроком до цього йдемо. Здорово. Все нормально? Я пишаюсь вами, мої хлопці, мої солдати пишаються тим, що ви у нас є, ви наш народ. Всі ті, хто стають до наших лав, для нас це велика честь. То наш народ досить великою стіною стане на захист держави. І це буде так. І перемога тільки буде за нами.
Как можно вообще стрелять в людей? А там они 12 дней стреляли, просто постоянно стреляли. Они стреляют в людей, в дома. Они обстреляли дома, они просто убивают обычных людей. Там у людей, у нас нет воды, у нас нет газа, нет света. люди, там остались много пенсионеров, у нас родители остались, они не поехали. Они не захотели бросать свой дом, который они всю жизнь строили. А там животные, они не хотели оставлять животных. И там реально еще есть много людей осталось. Еды взять негде. Магазинов нет, аптек нет. То есть я не знаю, это просто катастрофа.
Саме найстрашніше, що обстрілювали мирних людей, які виїжджали своїм авто, щоб втікти, спастися, а насправді їх просто стріляли. А потім вони запитували, хто вони, що вони, бачили, що від цих людей немає ніякої загрози, відпускали надавати медичну допомогу. Але вже діло зроблене, вже люди покалічені. І покалічені долі. Оце найстрашніше. Зараз це жах. Ми йшли, години 2, мабуть. 2, десь так. Але це показало, це вічністю, повірте. Це була вічність. Особливо, якщо там іде взрив. Це важко. Майбутнє, яке, не знаю, в нікуди їдемо. Надіємося тільки на православних людей, які допоможуть нам якось вирішити наші питання.
They came into the premises, they searched all the premises, they stole everything they saw. They stole money I left to run the hotel, all the jewelry, everything, all the electronics. I was sitting on the stool in the kitchen. They closed the door and they made 5 shots through the door to the kitchen, to the stool where I sat. And only one of those 5 shots wounded me into the leg. And that guy, and the guy who was trying to kill me told, okay, so maybe this is your lucky day. And that's it. After I gave everything like they wanted, so all the electronics, everything they saw, cameras, etc. And I was asking them, guys, just save the life. I don't need this. Take everything. Just please save the life. They allowed me to go to the to other building, to the basement. The most difficult trip was in the beginning because our houses or nearby territory, but there are corpses of civilian people, there are corpses of people in the cars, there are corpses of military people. So you can judge from my speech that I'm still shocked. So I will think about all that when I'm kind of out of here.
Не плач, у нас все добре, у нас все хорошо, синочку. Ну ти чого, синку? Ми сильні, ми вистояли все, ми дождались українського права.
Ходім з ума.
Пішли.
Так, сьогодні ми перший раз за півроку я потрапив в своє рідне місто. Коли виїхав ще тут з України. Я не взнаю рідного міста. Все спалено. Досить довгий час ми не знали, що з ним, як тут. Бомбардування йшли, артилерія обстрілювала. І ми не знали, будинок живий, не живий, розвалений. Мені зателефонував мій друг і сказав, що Ізюм український. Стоїть прапор. Я тримав телефон в руках і, чесно кажучи, плакав. Я хотів додому. Це все, що в мене було, все, що я заробив за своє життя. Це мій будинок. Це добре, що родина ціла і тут хорошо. А в будинок вернеться. Все буде добре. Відбудує Україну.
Я не бачу.
Яка я рада тебе бачити.
Ні, мамо, спасибо. Це саме страшне було те, що вони помруть без допомоги. Аптеки тут не було, лікарства тут не було і можливості купити його тут не було. Така була ситуація. Як можна було таке взагалі пережити? Ну, а так.
Було. В магазинах не було.
В магазинах не було. А що ліків нема ніде? А представ, він на тому на ліках, і я теж.
Я привіз вам лікарство.
Привіз. І не купиш ніде. Він каже, якщо ми виїжджатимемо, ми заберемо вас. І я кажу, синок, ми нікуди не поїдемо з своєї домівки. Що вже прийдеться нам помирати, то помирати ми в своєму селі. Помирати ми тут і похоронити, хто зможе похоронити там на тім кладбищі, де вся наша рідня лежить.
Чуєш, мам, ну як ти дзвонила, ми хоч не цей не трогали, нічого?
Ні, вони не трогали. Ну, оце, ну що можна сказати? Оце тут дзвониш, а вони так стоять, машина.
Прослушка.
Прослушка. Вони там сидять на кузов позлазили на тому. Один ходить з автоматом сюди-туди. І тож кожен, ну що ти скажеш? Нас все нормально, ми живі, здорові. Більш нічого не скажеш, совершенно.
Як скажеш, заберуть, да?
А скажеш, одну тітку забрали по сьогоднішній день. Нема. Так.
Живи собі, живи.
Як заїхали українські війська, як заїхали танки, як заїхали наші всі, люди на колінах зустрічали їх. Люди хлібом сіллю становилися над трасою і зустрічали їх. Це просто як трогательно було дивитися, а без сльоз не можна.
Чуть-чуть, не давай садимо. До війни і після це зовсім різні речі вже. Тому так і є. Яке з блискучий є.
А потім я чую перший взрив. Ну, а потім, коли втора, вона як гахнула, що я пам'ятаю, у мене в голові шум, в ухах звук, все гудить. Я кричу: Юра, Юрочка, тишина. І його те саме одрила, дивлюся, глаза відкриті, я одразу не сообразила. Я: Юра, Юра, реакції немає. Я почала йому іскусственне дихання робити в нього. З нього кров потекла, я поняла, що з легкими. Що з легкими, потім я дивлюсь, у нього везде от кров, эти рани. Я сиділа, я не знаю сколько. Я була в шокі, плакала. А, тут прикапували, так. Да. Прикапували. Тоді ж нікого тут не було в Ізюмі, ніхто цим не займався. Люди всі в підвалах, у бомбоубіжищах сиділи. Морози ж були до 12 градусів. А потім трошки як потепліло, він на неділю лежав у погребі. От дуже було. А потім трошки воно так теплий день було, трошки розтало, і от його прикопали. Це прикопаний Юрасичок, ніхто не був. Просто зайшов, все так зайшов, Господи. Жили всі люди мирно, хорошо, за що так усе? Ой. Матраси тоді винесла. Він на цьому спав, то воно від крові так. Ну, воно все погнило, воно ж. Це то, це кров усе. – 25 років ми в місті. Так погано, звісно, погано. Самої я не можу привикнути досі. Не можу. Вони оце прийшли, отакого горя нам наробили людям на Україні. І не знаю. Я хочу тільки одне їм пожелати, щоб ночами вони спали і снилось їм, як вони розрушали города, дітей і людей убивали. Це я хочу, щоб їм снилось до кінця їхніх днів.
Can we see the ProPublica one more time? I just want to see what stories are in there again. So that's so the Ukrainian, the 2 uranium, and then the voting, and the animation.
Yeah, it's uranium 1.
Yeah.
The one that we awarded the second place to in the second. In the morning.
Yeah.
Whenever that.
That's the Georgia votes.
Mm-hmm.
This is individual?
Yeah. Individual portfolio.
The Ukrainian stuff was really beautifully filmed, especially if you take in the context.
Oh yeah,
Sure,
absolutely.
I mean, you're seeing people in really difficult situations and putting yourself there as a journalist too. And
I know.
Like, but still just really beautiful filming. Just obviously focused on cinematography and also story.
Yeah, the humanity, it's just like stories of humanity. I felt like as a portfolio it worked really well because the stories all kind of supported each other, even though they weren't, it wasn't like a big issue based, like overarching thing. They were more like vignettes.
Mm-hmm. And very like different, almost some of like the second one was like early on in the war and like very more like breaking news almost day of vibe, which is kind of nice to see in a portfolio, like a different style.
Yeah.
And then like the very observant, like on the front lines, coming home, losing a loved one. It kind of covers like a very interesting range of what's happening in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to add to your point that even though it's like a different time, there's a strong style, like a personal artistic style in terms of like cutting, the cinematography, the way it's like being told.
I agree.
I kind of, at first I was like, is it bad that they're all from Ukraine? But they've interestingly made them diverse in what you can only imagine has probably been their main coverage for the year based on what we're seeing. And so they've done a really good job of like being, diverse and branching out just within the subject matter.
It really felt like the journalists did a really good job of just letting stories unfold, almost like you were there with the subject, and you know, nothing was distracting, nothing kind of took away from the story. It was just the way that they unfolded was just really raw and real, and but polished at the same time.
Yeah, they have some very intimate shots when
the driver's story for sure. Yeah.
And the guy was just crying his balls out when the soldier was like in the, what is it called, like a ditch?
The trench.
Yeah, the trench. Just made it feel like the journalists really spend time with the subjects.
I don't think they used any music. It's just very like present.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
And I don't have any qualms with music. It's just you're just kind of like there with them. You didn't need music to carry anything. I didn't think. I mean, some of them was like, oh, maybe they could have restructured this, but at the same time, it's like you kind of take into account their limitations and you know where they're at. Like, you can't. You know, the uranium one, they obviously had time to kind of really document the landscape. They don't have to, they have a different way to approach visuals. And so
I have a question for example, like the uranium. Maybe this question for you, Jesse, because you're a person on the ground. Like, is it hard to get access to the tribal community, like to get them to talk about like their problems and land?
I think it would probably depend on the person and the community. And you know, ProPublica does like a lot of like research and like like talks to a lot of people, and so I'm sure there's some challenges, but
yeah, some tribes are a lot harder to work with than others.
It seemed that the folks they interviewed were fairly open, but
activists
also seemed fairly remote. But it's
Very
kind of hard to
remote.
know without reading, you know.
Well, those tribes, I mean, you're talking about like, yeah, those tribes will be like in the Four Corners area.
A lot more. You grew up
Yeah, very remote. Really interesting.
So we are almost done. We have to take a group picture that we all will be really excited about. Do we have a 1 and a 2? Do we have a 1? What do we have, judges?
I really like the Ukraine stories a lot.
Yeah, we have a 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Ukraine is a 1, or the second package? Oh no, the first package, yes. What do we want to do with the second one?
The ProPublica
Second or
I mean, I really did like that first uranium. Actually, like both of the uranium
ones
pieces.
and the individual one.
Yeah, they were both really nice.
Yeah. I do find giving it a second place.
Okay. For tomorrow, we are one step ahead. So what we will have tomorrow are online visual presentation in 4 categories: so news and issue, race and identity, culture, sports and science, and portfolio, and then 1 innovation category. They all have 4 to 6 entries in them, but it's a little bit different than watching a whole video.
Yeah, we'll have seen like components from these two.
So, well done, room.
We did it.
Well done.
Good.
And go, I mean, take the picture, go home and sleep, yes?
Yeah. I'm fading